I'm officially calling this special meeting of the Grand Yellowhead Public School Division to order. Could you please stand for the singing of O Canada?
I'm going to do the land acknowledgement. Welcome to Grand Yellowhead Public School Division, a welcoming place for peoples from around the world. We wish to acknowledge that the land on which we gather this morning is Treaty 6 territory and is traditional meeting ground, gathering place, traveling route, and home for many Indigenous peoples. We also acknowledge Treaty 8, the Swiniwachi-Winawak Nation, the Mountain Métis of the Grand Cache region, where some of our families, schools, staff are located, and from where you may be joining in today's meeting located here in Edson.
Thank you, Trustee Mines. I'm going to have everyone go around the table and introduce themselves, and we'll start at the far end over here.
We forget. I'm Audra Bowman, and I am a trustee for this zone.
Tracy Acorn, trustee for the Edson Fulham zone.
Jackie Mines, trustee for Grand Cache.
Melody Boblik, board chair and Lobstick trustee.
Good morning, Shirley Caputo, trustee for Hinton and board vice chair.
Good morning, trustee from Ward 3 Jasper, Herb Robinson. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Deborah Bird, Hinton trustee.
Good morning, Kurt Scobie, superintendent of schools.
Good morning, Tash Taylor, secretary treasurer.
Thank you, everyone. Looking around the room, it's clear how much Fulham community means to all of you. We've got parents, staff, students, and neighbors here today. And I want to start by saying thank you. Your presence isn't just a formality, it's a powerful reminder of why we do this work. We know that schools are the heartbeat of our rural communities, and we don't take the weight of this conversation lightly. As trustees, we have a bit of a balancing act. We want to provide the best possible learning experience for every child in our division, but we also must be responsible stewards for the funding we receive. We are currently looking at what I'd call a double challenge. On the educational side, our goal is for every school to have a critical mass of about 55 students. That's the number where we can really provide the peer groups and specialized programs our kids deserve with appropriate funding. Fulham has about 35 students, which makes it hard to offer the same experience. On the financial side, we're up against a provincial funding challenge. Once a school drops below 35, we lose a significant portion of the rural small schools grant, which means the board has to pull resources from across our division to fill that gap. It's a tough reality and one we need to be very honest about, that we look at the path forward. I will now ask that a brief video submitted by Fulham Community School on their school motto be played for us.
What is integrity?
Doing the right thing even when nobody's watching.
What is accountability?
Owning up to any decision made or allowed.
Be a
Leader.
not a
Follower.
who's in control?
Me.
If you're not in control, you're
Out of control.
as long as you try.
You cannot fail.
Respect others.
But demand respect.
The ton is
Powerful.
tell yourself today's going to be a great day no matter what.
Today is going to be a great day no matter what.
Tell yourself you love yourself.
I love you, me.
Very well done. Thank you to the students of Fulham. Any changes, trustees, to the agenda? Seeing none, can I have someone make the approval? Trustee Mines, all in favor? And that is carried. So just a little housekeeping. Our washrooms are out the door and then to the left beside the reception desk. Muster point, should we need to use it, is through the front doors or these exits here. And it's at the, I think, the edge of the parking lot. Yeah. Also, there's refreshments and goodies, so please help yourself. As per the agenda, we are going to start with the administration report, item 2. So following superintendent's presentation, please note that the board question period is specifically for trustees and not for the public to ask the clarifying questions to the superintendent and his team. To ensure we stay on schedule, we will move directly to our first registered presenter at 11 a.m. I will now turn the floor over to Superintendent Scobie. Oh, and just to clarify, this is where we're going to ask people who are doing presentations to come and sit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, trustees and all the guests in the boardroom and online. This morning, I will be presenting a comprehensive report about the viability of Fulham Community School. Grand Yellowhead Public School Division has proudly supported and subsidized Fulham Community School for many years in recognition of its importance to students, families, and the community. Due to the continued decline in enrollment at Fulham Community School, GYPSD anticipates a significant reduction in the funding beginning in the 26-27 school year. It is expected that the school will no longer meet the minimum threshold required to qualify for block funding under Alberta Education and Childcare's Rural Small Schools Grant Program. To be eligible for the Rural Small Schools Grant, a school must have a minimum of 35 full-time equivalent students enrolled using Alberta Education's adjusted enrollment method. There are 3 things that we need to be really clear about because it does get confusing. On the right-hand side of the slide, you'll see that there is the student count. So every year on September 29th, Alberta Education and Childcare does a student count at each of the schools. So that is the number of actual students that are counted. That number after September 29th and a review on October 11th is the number that the school is funded for, those actual bodies that are there. How the funding works is the second point. The full-time equivalent, grade 1 to 12 students are funded at 1 FTE, and kindergarten students are funded at 0.5 FTE. So 4 kindergartens in this case would equal 2 FTE. The last little bit that we talk about is the adjusted enrollment method. That tells how we actually fund. Once the count is in and everything is done, we take 70% of the projected for this year, and we use 30% of the previous year's enrollment to help even out as changes happen in schools. So the adjusted enrollment method funding is based on the 2-year average, utilizing 70% of the projected enrollment of the upcoming year and 30% of the current enrollment. As of September 29th, 2025, Fulham Community Schools student count was 35 students. This included 32 full-time students from grades 1 to 6 and 3 kindergarten students who are funded at 50% of full-time. Hence, the FTE count for 25-26 is 33.5. Even though there are more students that have arrived since then and since January have arrived, the count that we are funded for is the count of September 29th. In the 24-25 school year, Fulham had 43 students, but an FTE count of 39.5. So we'll go through some of the background information on this report. On February 4th, 2026, the Board of Trustees of GYPSD presented a timeline regarding the formal review of the future viability of Fulham Community School in accordance with Policy 15 school closures and Section 62 of the Education Act. While previous discussions regarding school viability have occurred, the division is facing a new financial predicament not experienced before. And so we wanted to ensure that we are talking about the forecasted demographics, the facility, education implications, transportation impact, and the financial sustainability. Each of these are the objectives of this review. To ensure an objective and comprehensive analysis, GYPSD administration has compiled this viability review. This work included numerous engagements and site visits to Fulham Community School during the last 2 years, where division leadership and trustees met with school administration, staff, and families to review current programming, facility utilization, and the vital partnerships between the school and the surrounding community. Furthermore, the division reviewed any potential for economic growth or residential development in the Fulham catchment area. We have a listing that has been shared at the Fulham Community Engagement, and here again about some of those previous events. All good? Right, and it's also very weird to speak into a microphone to the trustees where we can't have all of you together. And I don't know if I can sit and turn and do, so I apologize. I'm not, my intent is not to be that at all. Yeah, okay. Under the decision timeline since February 2nd, there are a few things that we wanted to make sure that we highlighted. On February 18th, I went out with Trustee Acorn and Bowman to attend 2 meetings, one with the Fulham staff and one with an evening with parents at Fulham Community School. Today's special board meeting is held to present administrative data and receive initial public testimony. February 20th to April 13th is the active window for stakeholder feedback, written stories, and stakeholder submission. April 15th, the regular board meeting for deliberation and a vote regarding the permanent closure of Fulham Community School. As well, there are some of the activities that have taken place. The meeting on February 18th with Fulham families had approximately 45 people in attendance. The special board meeting today will also serve as an important venue for stakeholders to provide both oral and written presentations. Finally, written submissions, a formal window for written feedback is open from February 20th till April 13th. And trustees have had all emails that have been sent since the meeting of February 18th have been collected, organized, and presented to the trustees in their original form, including replies and other things that have gone on. So that will continue all the way until 2 days before the final board meeting in April, when the decision will be made. So submissions are welcome all the way up until that time. Section 3 of the 9 sections that we're going to go through today, so you have an idea of where we're at, is about the initial financial analysis. As a reminder, as we go through this, there are two really important parts. We count on September 30th. That's when the government takes its count, and that's when everybody has to be in a school. So regardless of what happens after that point, the funding is based on the September 29th or September 30th count that is there. Then when we go to do the actual budgeting process, we take 70% of the current year and 30% of the previous year to gather that number to decide what we qualify for. So education funding for school divisions in Alberta is primarily based on student enrollment and a number of full-time equivalents. So you'll see FTE throughout the presentation. Kindergarten students are funded at 0.5 or half the amount of a grade 1 to 6 student. As such, Fulham Community School has been funded at 33.5 students for the current 25-26 school year. Additionally, the funding model is based on the adjusted enrollment method, which is a historical 2 years of the student count. This funding allocation is based on 70% of the projected school year and 30% on the previous school year. Per the Alberta Education Funding Manual for Schools. So if you take a look at this graph, this is in the funding manual, which is available online for anybody to go through and see. School divisions may qualify for the Rural Small School Grant. This grant is block funding allocation that recognizes that rural schools face unique challenges in the delivery of education services under any funding model based on the student enrollment. This grant funding is grouped based on the various enrollment thresholds for schools between 35 and 154 students. Fulham Community School is one of 4 small schools GYPSD operates. Under the Small School Grant Framework allocation, Fulham is designated as a Group 2 school, which includes schools with an FTE enrollment of 35 to 54 students. For the 2025-2026 school year, this classification resulted in the grant funding of $487,000. And as a note, when you see the amount, whether you end up with 35 kids or 54 kids, you end up with the same grant funding. There is no difference in the funding that comes between those. It is only between each of the thresholds that are there. How did we get to where we are today with our numbers? This is the AEM or the modified funding. So they're adjusted enrollment funding. Education funding for school divisions is primarily based on student enrollment and the number of full-time equivalents. Additionally, the funding model is based on the adjusted enrollment method, which is a historical count for 2 years, 70 and 30. So when you take a look, we counted 39.5 students last year. We took 30% of it. We counted 70% of the 33.5 funded students this year. And that is how we made the small school grant. So the 35.3, which seems silly because it's not a full number, is just based on that calculation. But we were able to make the small school grant this year. If you take a look at the current slide, you will see that there has been between 2022 and now, 31% decline of student population. And if it continues the way we are projected, it will end up being a 42% decline in the 5 years that are there. You'll also notice there's 2 columns on the right-hand side. Total students is the actual kids that we count, and then the funded FTE based on those that are counted at 1.0 and kindergarten students that are counted at 0.5. So in projecting for the 26-27 year, it has been assumed that every child that's currently enrolled in Fulham Community School will remain, and we'll have at least 2 more that will enroll from elsewhere. Additionally, it is assumed that 4 kindergarten children will enroll based on the school's last 5-year kindergarten enrollment. So with 9 students leaving grade 6 this year, the school would need, if kindergarten was the only addition, 18 kindergarten students to match the funding that is lost by the 9 that will graduate and move on to junior high. As depicted on this slide, Fulham Community School is projected to have an FTE count of about 29.65 which falls below the minimum threshold of 35 students for the 26-27 school year. As a result, the school would no longer qualify for the Group 2 block funding. This shift significantly creates problems with our school's financial position and creates broader fiscal pressures for the division as the school would move to Group 1 funding from the adjusted enrollment method. If we go back, what it tells you is that this year, 26,000, the way you would work it then changes. You would receive $26,000 overall instead of 487, and then we would do a per student count based on those numbers. And we'll show you a bit more as we move forward. So based on the projected adjusted enrollment method for 26-27, Fulham Community School would fall to the Group 1 funding tier. This is the lowest funding tier and provides a small base allocation. Next year, it'll be $27,595, along with a per student base grant and some additional funds for specialized learning supports. So you can see if there was 4 kindergarten students, it gives you the amount that would be there, which is half. Grade 1 to 6 students, and then we end up with some specialized learning supports. We are projecting right now that we would, instead of having a $487,000 grant, we would be projecting $261,000. Right now, that looks as a $220,000 loss in base funding for the school. From a divisional resource stewardship perspective, closing the school would halt the ongoing and compounding losses that we would have. So demographics and development profile for Yellowhead County. We wanted to include a bit of information for the area. So Fulham is a rural settlement area located in Yellowhead County, situated approximately 45 kilometers northeast of the town of Edson. People in this room know this, but not everybody online will know this. So that's why we're including this information as well. Fulham is a dispersed rural community centered around the school and local community hall. It is not one of the 8 hamlets that the Yellowhead County Municipal Plan identifies for future development and supported growth strategies. Yellowhead County is a sprawling municipal district in west central Alberta. According to the 2021 federal census, the county's population is 10,424, which is a 5.2% decline from 2016. This follows a broader trend in rural Alberta where population centers are consolidating, often leaving outlying school catchments with a shrinking base of young families. While Yellowhead County continues to see investment, the nature of recent development does not correlate with the school enrollment growth. So much of the recent development permit value in the county is tied to industrial infrastructure and recreational seasonal properties. Similar to other rural districts, seasonal properties and acreage living for retirees do not bring permanent school-age populations to the Fulham area. There is currently no large-scale residential subdivision planned within the Fulham catchment that would offset the ongoing enrollment decline. There are very positive things. The school grounds often serve as a park for local residents, and the school maintains strong ties with the Fulham Community Association, local 4-H clubs. These organizations utilize the school's gymnasium and fields for events that are central to the school's, the community social fabric. Rose has opened up the gym for after-school activities. The connections there are fantastic, as has been seen on the Fulham Community School Facebook page this year. Section 5 of 9, enrollment trends and analysis. The viability of Fulham Community School is not only impacted by external demographics, but by the internal choice of families residing within its boundaries. An analysis of student capture rates shows a significant and accelerating trend of families choosing Edson-based programming over the local community school. Enrollment at Fulham Community School has seen a sustained decline since 2004, where there was 119 students in 2004 to 35 students in 2025. This represents a drop of 70% over the last 20 years, and this indicates a long-term shift in the educational landscape of the region that predates current economic or funding cycles. I added another table that's in there, and I think I'd share this with other people as well. You'll notice that based on 2016 is when the counting started with full-time equivalents and half-time for kindergarten. None of our data before then shows the difference between those two, and that's why that data only goes back to 2016. The models for funding have changed certainly over the years, and often we reference the last few years, so we're under the same funding models with the same ideas being shared each time. Of the 81 students residing in the Fulham area as of February 27th, 2026, only 37 or less than half are enrolled at the Fulham Community School. The distribution of the rest of these students show a clear preference for the Edson hubs. 27 of the 27 students who have gone to Edson, 21 are at Mary Bergeron, 3 at West Haven, and 2 at Pine Grove. There are also 16 students who have chosen other avenues. 6 have gone to Vanier, 4 have chosen French immersion as the reason for leaving, and 6 have gone to the Yellowhead Christian School. There's also 1 student who has left to go on to Knighton Central. Section 6. So facility optimization. Consolidating students into Edson schools optimizes building efficiency and aligns with provincial modernization benchmarks. School utilization refers to the extent to which a school building capacity is being used compared to the number of students enrolled. School buildings require significant resources to operate, and unused space must still be fully maintained and serviced with utilities regardless of whether there are 20 students or 200. When utilization is low, the cost per student increases because these fixed costs are then spread across fewer students. The current utilization of Fulham and the receiving schools are provided on this slide. The current utilization of Fulham School is at 28%. The percentage of change indicated to the degree which the utilization rate is improved with the addition of Fulham students. And we basically use trends based on where students had gone before in order to increase. The increases can be slightly different, but that's a change based on the past. There are many considerations, of course. The majority of families choosing to leave the area are already utilizing the schools identified as the proposed receiving schools that are indicated here. The significant increase in the families choosing out of various schools since 2016 may suggest that the multi-grade small school model at Fulham no longer meets the diverse educational demands sought by the majority of rural families. If the 26 capture rate remains stable, Fulham School could currently have approximately 78 students. The projected loss of the rural small schools grant for the 26-27 school year will have a substantial impact on the ability to maintain a facility that has a current utilization rate of 28%. There are long-term capital requirements and infrastructure and maintenance included with the building, approximately $85,000 a year in maintenance. And there is in the in the 10-year facilities plan, a plan to remove the portables off the school, which would have a projected cost of $250,000. We have multiple multi-grade classrooms, and we always have concerns about the effectiveness of sustainability of combining classes in 3 grades. And we would like there to be the availability of diverse complementary courses, other activities, and a sustained large peer group socialization. Opportunities for PD and collaborative teaching environments for our staff, and decisions regarding there is the Fulham Community School building itself. Decisions regarding the future use of this building will be done as a separate administrative process depending on the decision of the board, and the process will follow all provincial legislation. Section 7. So transportation impact. The Fulham Community School attendance area borders Edson to the southwest and Knighton Central to the southeast. There are currently 2 bus routes, F1 and F3, operating to serve students across the attendance area. So the current situation that we have right now, ridership. Currently, there are 21 students riding on F1 and 14 students riding on F3. However, there are some students registered on both routes due to family circumstances. These students are counted once in the above numbers. The earliest pickup time is at 6:38, and the latest drop-off time is approximately 4:40. Some students have shorter ride times than others, with an average student ride time of about 52 minutes. Geographic spread between the homes is the primary reason for these times. Student transportation consists of targeted and restricted funding and must be used for the purpose it was allocated for. All costs associated with transporting students, in this case, to and from the building. This funding cannot be transferred to support other program areas. Each year, GYPSD applies for and is eligible for the Rural Transportation Grant. This is formula funding that includes a basic allocation, plus we have a distance allocation. In 2025, as you can see here, GYPSD received around $19,000 for route F1 and $18,000 for F3. The total funding for transporting students was $38,712 for the 25-26. That is what GYPSD received under the funds received column. To operate both routes, projected costs for the 25-26 year are $95,000 for approximately $95,000 for F1 and F3. These costs primarily include driver wages, fuel, bus maintenance, some administration, and school evergreening for safety. These are fixed costs that are required regardless of rider load. So we receive funds of $38,000 and we pay our costs of about $190,000 for these two buses. To ensure equity across GYPSD, the division has not generated revenue by charging Fulham families busing fees. The only exception is when a family requests an alternate seat on a different bus to accommodate family circumstances. So $190,000 to cost for 35 riders. Funding covers only about 20% of those costs. We expect there to be a $152,000 shortfall, and transportation deficits are paid through other transportation portions from GYPSD. So the next one talks about asset utilization efficiency. This slide provides a summary of costs per rider. The cost per rider demonstrates asset utilization efficiency. Asset utilization for school buses means how effectively the division is using its bus fleet to transport students relative to the cost of owning and operating those buses. When fewer students ride, the division only has a fraction of the bus load capacity. This is important because the cost to run the bus and the wear and tear on the bus is the same whether it's 20 students or whether it's 55. When calculating cost per rider, only the total operating costs divided by the number of riders is used. Revenue or funding is not included in this calculation because the primary metric is to show how resource intensive it is to provide student service. So currently the average cost per rider at Fulham is $5,449. This is the highest per rider cost in the school division. Overall, the division cost per rider is approximately $2,379. Fulham's cost per rider is 129% higher than the division average, including other remote routes. The difference is driven by the load rate. With a low load rate, Fulham buses are operating at approximately 25% of seating capacity. In asset management terms, Fulham transportation assets, the buses, are underutilized both physically because of low ridership and financially because of a low cost recovery model. So if Fulham stays open and the busing is the same next year, there are some things that are good. We'll maintain the status quo, we'll preserve current ride times and avoids further extension for students. The stability supports student well-being, attendance, consistency, extracurricular participation. Families will benefit from predictable scheduling and established routines. Remaining open may also be viewed positively by the Fulham community and eliminating disruption to the families. Remaining open will avoid immediate relational strain that may result from all this change. Continued annual operating deficits would require cross-subsidization from other division transportation allocations. We'll have to take the money from elsewhere to pay for the Fulham busing. With low ridership, even minor fluctuations in student numbers significantly affect the cost per student. Funding is reliant on the number of riders, and the division remains financially exposed to further demographic shifts. Ongoing losses, reduced flexibility to address emerging transportation pressures elsewhere in GYPSD. Continuing operating at a loss may delay necessary operational and route decisions and may delay required transportation investments. Equity across the division. Per student transportation costs in Fulham are disproportionately high. Maintaining the status quo may create perceived inequity among other attendance areas that operate at lower per student costs. Continued subsidization could set precedent expectations in other lower density areas. So there are some cost mitigation strategies. In 2024, due to declining enrollment and associated financial implications, the division removed its third transportation route, F2. At that time, 43 students were enrolled. Further, that's what the reality was then. Further reducing transportation to a single route while keeping other things the same in an effort to manage cost is not considered reasonable, as student ride times would be excessively long. The division could charge bus fees to Fulham families to help offset costs. However, for the number of riders, the revenue generated from fees would be very low. And additionally, charging fees would impose a penalty to Fulham families, which is not recommended. The division has considered using smaller buses. It's been a suggestion from the community. However, this creates different issues in the transportation system. For example, smaller buses may be used for smaller loads, but compromises the use of buses for things such as field trips. And then we transition buses from one route to another over time as we average out kilometers on each of the buses. The minor cost savings on a smaller bus purchase is offset by the restricted use of the buses as a whole. So there is a proposed redesignation along with transportation. The Fulham attendance area borders, as we know, where we know the borders now. Primary, so the K-5 students would be redesignated into either Ecole West Haven or Mary Bergeron Elementary. As Edson Elementary School ends in grade 5, the grade 6 students would transition to Ecole Pine Grove Middle School. Established routes towards Edson will be updated to ensure continuity. Currently, there is no route from Fulham to Knighton. Families that would choose to go to Knighton would enter into a parent-provided transportation agreement. You see here, you can see the numbers of the riders change from 21 and 14. They would include the numbers from Fulham, and the offset of busing would be taken care of by the ridership that would be there and the distances that they would be riding. Survey data confirms that 54% of Fulham families are already utilizing busing to Edson as their school of choice. With a school closure of the school, the following are considerations. Ridership. Based on the projected 26-27 enrollment, all 30 students are expected to use busing. While there will be fewer students from the Fulham catchment area, the closure of the school will require some route reconfigurations. By incorporating Fulham students into the Edson routes, the funding profile changes and improves the funding allocation significantly. It's not a little bit, it's a lot. This change alone creates a large financial change. 2 routes will still be required to transport students to Edson. Maintaining 2 routes will help manage ride times. The intent would be to optimize existing routes to incorporate the Fulham students, leading to greater bus loads and more efficient use of the division assets. And it is expected that 20%, 6 students, would have a shorter ride time. However, 80% would have a longer ride time, 24 students. The time difference is very dependent on where the students live. With the closure of the school, the asset utilization efficiency for 2 buses will improve. With Fulham students incorporated into Edson routes, buses will be operating at fuller capacity and the cost per rider will be reduced for each of the routes. As such, the negative cost recovery ratio for the Fulham routes will be eliminated and the cost recovery ratio for the 2 Edson routes will be improved. The higher the recovery ratio, the more efficient the asset financially and operationally. Section 8 of 9. So the majority of the funding revenue for Fulham Community School has come from the Rural Small School Grant. This funding is to cover all operational expenses, including staff. Transportation revenue is reserved exclusively for busing services and associated maintenance, as we just talked about in the previous section. You'll see items for the nutrition grant. The nutrition grant is received from the Alberta Federal Nutrition Grant in 2026, which is restricted for school nutrition programs. It's money that comes in and is targeted for nutrition and is only used for nutrition. School generated funds is revenue that's created from fees and fundraising and sales of goods at the school level, and often will be shown as an in and out number as well. Most expenses in education are fixed costs, meaning they are incurred regardless of student enrollment levels. For example, heating, electricity, insurance, grounds maintenance must be paid whether enrollment rises or falls. These costs are largely unavoidable in the short term and offer limited flexibility for immediate adjustment. Staffing is the largest operating expense for a school and is considered a variable cost. It can be adjusted in response to changes in enrollment and program needs. In most cases, staffing accounts for approximately 92% of the school's actual operating costs. So in terms of a people organization, our budgets are much different than other businesses are. We put 92% into our people. So we're going to go through a few scenarios that are possible. We'll talk about this year and talk about potentials for next year. So the current scenario. So there'll be, each of these graphs will be each of these charts will be very similar. They will show the revenue at the top. They will show the expenses at the bottom. They're categorized into big groups. And then we'll show whether we're going to operate at a loss or not based on what we have. So the current scenario, 25-26, we currently will receive $487,000 in grant funding. The total revenue we will receive is $556,000. Between the operating costs, the maintenance, we will end up having a total expenditure of $913,000. Currently this year, we are projecting that in the current school year, Fulham School will be in deficit $356,000. In the current scenario, the grant funding level is not enough to cover expenses. The division has been subsidizing the expenses for many years with this current scenario. Based on the projected adjusted enrollment method for 26-27, Fulham Community School could fall to the Group 1 funding tier in the Rural Small Schools Grant funding model. This is the lowest funding tier and provides a small base allocation along with a per student base grant and some additional funding for specialized services. This is a slide I showed you earlier, but I wanted to refer back to it. The changes are $220,000 in base funding. The significant change in funding allocation for Fulham Community School creates an unsustainable financial and operational outlook in both the short and long term. From a divisional resource stewardship perspective, closing the school would halt ongoing and compounding losses. We'll go through some scenarios for next year. So scenario A changes the way it looks. Without the rural small school grant and with a projected around 30 students, we're looking at grant funding in about $261,000. When we look at the similar costs, similar operating, keeping the staffing the same and nothing else changes, we're looking at a close to $600,000 deficit. Scenario A reflects the anticipated trajectory for the upcoming school year based on enrollment data and demographic trends. We're basing this on the trends that have got us to this point. The projected enrollment of about 28 FTE students, those full-time equivalents, the division expects to move to Group 1 funding under the Rural Small School Grant. As a result, block grant funding will be replaced with a different model that uses per student funding. So as I said, this looks like about a $590,000 deficit. If revenues and expenditures remain at current levels, the cumulative impact over 3 years of this funding would be $1.7 million in deficit for the Fulham school area alone. This current scenario presents a significant strategic and fiduciary risk and is not sustainable for the division. In scenario B, we said, well, let's keep things about the same. And what can we do differently? The real way to reduce anything here is to reduce staffing. And if you change staffing levels, you change a lot. Currently, Fulham Community School has a total of 6 full-time staff members, including the principal. As staffing represents the most significant variable cost, a reduction in staffing levels would have a positive impact on the school's financial position. A potential reduction from 6 full-time staff to a complement of 2 teachers, 1 secretary, and 1 part-time principal has been considered based on general staffing ratios across other schools in the division. Under this scenario, teaching staff would be required to instruct multiple grades. There would be no educational assistants, and Fulham Community School would need to operate with at least 2 triple grade classrooms. Scenario B would reduce overall costs and lessen the projected deficit. However, it is not recommended. It's not even recommended at all. The negative trade-offs for students and staff are too detrimental for both wellness and pedagogy. How are we going to do this then? In the previous model, I'll jump ahead instead of doing that. So to reach a relative break-even point from existing staff levels, Fulham Community School would need to reach and sustain an FTE level of 55 FTE students to reach the next tier. So we go back to the tiers that were there to go from group 2, which is about 487, to group 3 funding at 687. We need to have more students. So in the Rural Small School Grant Program, Group 3 would provide approximately $691,000 in block grant funding. And this is a breakdown of the FTE calculation for the school to come close. So as we budget next year, you're going to say, where do those numbers come from? We had 33.5 at September 29th this year, based on the FTE of full-time equivalents of 1 to 6 and half-time for kindergarten. We need to take 70% of whatever we enroll next year for the number of students. So we would hope to enroll 65 students in our school next year. If we take 30% of 33.5 and 70% of 65, this is how the funding is going to work. We can make the group 3 funding block, which significantly improves by a little over $200,000 the funding that will come into the division. Our concern is that 40 or even 50 students are not enough to reduce the financial burden. We need 65 next year. 40 or 50 students simply gets us the same funding as we have now, which we have shown will have a $356,000 deficit. We need to reach the next funding block. So 40 or 50 is not enough. It's not enough and it's not sustainable, even though I wish it was. So Fulham Community School are able to reach and sustain sufficient enrollment over the coming years. The school could potentially operate on a sustainable basis. Assuming costs remain stable and grant revenue increases in line with inflation, this table illustrates a near break-even scenario at Fulham Community School to achieve a student count of 65 FTE students in 26-27. This is our final section. We've made sure we've updated the numbers to be as close as we possibly could. We've taken great pains to make sure we present. And so the numbers have changed slightly each time, but it's only because we're wanting to make sure we have the right data, the right amounts. We're trying to be as open and transparent with what we can with numbers that are very, very hard to read. They're not hard to read because there's a lot of emotion and hurt that is attached to them. So the deficits highlighted from 23-24 and 24-25 are taken from our division finances, where we showed deficits of $324,000 and $231,000. The 25-26 deficit is projected based on receiving a small school grant this year at about $356,000. The 26-27 deficit is based on not receiving a small school rural grant. If we continue down this road, we'll either show a $356,000 deficit next year or a $593,000 deficit unless we get 65 kids next year in our school. Those deficits add up to about $1.4 million in subsidization by GYPSD. The numbers here are significant. So we put things together and just put it all on one page. You take a look at scenario A. That is, we don't make the small school grant and we keep other things the same. If we were to make the small school grant next year, anywhere between about 40 and 55 students, we will show a deficit of $356,000. That's the very bottom one. If we were to significantly cut staff, we can show less, but it will not be the same school because the people that are there that create the educational environment will not be there in the same capacity. Of all the things that are here, scenario C, this critical analysis that we're looking at, if we were able to get 65 FTE students, we would have an adjusted enrollment method of 55 students, and we would significantly reduce the deficit and the subsidization by the division. As a division, we're terribly concerned that we will not reach 35 FTE for next year. If that is the case, scenario A will be the result, and the deficit will be nearly 600,000. Based on enrollment trends, this is what administration is predicting. This model is unsustainable and puts the division at continued significant risk. We hope for significant growth in the area. We hope that we get to what I would say is scenario C. 65 FTE students will get us an adjusted enrollment number of 55, which means we reach the tier 3 funding group. That would be a significant deal for us as a division, for the school, for everything. When we think about our division, we are all rural educators and students. We're talking about Fulham, but we're all rural. We just spent 2.5 days at the Rural Education Symposium, and we listened to concerns and people talk about the challenges of rural education. And that applies to our towns as well as to the country schools that we have. Our goal is to support everyone. We'll have supportive classrooms for all of our students, a place to work for all of our teachers, secretaries, and educational assistants. When it comes to this process, the board has followed all of the proper procedures. We have followed all the processes between Policy 15 school closures, Section 62 of the Education Act. We have discussed the process with other school divisions like Aspen View and Peace River, who followed similar processes. We have heard from our legal department that agrees that our process has been followed properly as well. Finally, I can tell you that your elected board members are thoughtful and they take their responsibilities seriously. I spend an inordinate amount of time with the board, and we talk about Fulham a lot. We talk about it because we care. Their decision on April 15th will consider all stakeholders, and they will ensure that their decisions align with their moral imperative. Closing Fulham School would eliminate the school's division's projected structural deficit and create at minimum $150,000 annual surplus for the division, which represents an overall financial improvement of approximately $500,000 per year. The savings would come from a combination of changes to transportation, facilities, ongoing maintenance, and the amalgamation of students into existing GYPSD schools. It is recommended by administration that GYPSD close Fulham School effective June 30th, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Scobie. I will open the floor up to the trustees for questions. You're gonna start. Okay, Trustee Mines.
Superintendent Scobie, I'm just curious, when you talk about operational costs, costs when you were presenting your budget? Are these just school-based budget or are they divisional costs as well?
Well, beyond the school-based things that we have, we also have administration costs that come in here too. They're not necessarily listed in here. We have things like insurance. We have things where we have staff members that are dedicated to supporting both the East End schools, the West End schools. So there are other costs that are built into this that are not listed because they're difficult to list, but there are other things that are there as well.
What about custodial and those things? Are they included in there?
I believe when we were talking about the costs, not necessarily for the maintenance, but there are custodial costs that are included. I could ask our secretary treasurer, but I'm almost positive I'm correct.
Thank you, trustee and superintendent. We have things that that are included that we know, but generally, when it comes to operational costs, things like facilities, ground maintenance, we know those costs because those are attributed to the schools. But if we deploy maintenance staff from central office to repair light bulbs or those, or do some painting, those are not included costs. Additionally, if I can add to that question, from operational costs, it doesn't include telecommunications, IT support, and specialized learning.
Trustee Bowman?
What is the population of the school right now?
I think that Rose is probably the best person to answer. In my mind, it is 38. Okay, 37. Thank you.
Okay, and also I'm wondering about the busing and how not having two smaller buses out at Fulham wouldn't benefit them, in the sense that I understand that you rotate the buses through in the division itself. But when you have a rural school like Fulham, having two smaller buses would, I would think, bring down some of that cost.
I can have our secretary treasurer answer. The answer that I would give is that the significance of the cost reduction is actually quite small and actually causes more of a problem with fleet management over time. But our secretary treasurer would probably have a more detailed answer than that.
Thank you very much for that question. There are some reduction in costs. I mean, you'd be driving a smaller bus. The fuel consumption would be slightly different, but you would still need to maintain a bus driver. So that's really one of the biggest expenses there. A bus driver maintenance, you still need to have 4 wheels on the bus, mufflers, all of those things. Despite the size, there are things that are fixed. And that's really the biggest issue. And the funding, the revenue you receive for transportation is based on the student ridership. So despite driving maybe a less expensive bus, and notwithstanding that would maybe restrict use if we got a smaller bus, it's idle. The fact is that the main fixed cost would still remain and the revenue would still remain because you still have that ridership number driving the grant.
If I may, before I let Trustee Robinson speak, could the board please be presented with estimated costs for smaller buses?
Yes, we certainly could. It would also include an outlay of cash to purchase the buses. So we could include that. There would be a capital investment as well that would be required.
What I think the board would be looking for is estimated purchase costs. So a couple of sample quotes, some operational costs like fuel, maintenance for a smaller bus. And also in superintendent's report, it did mention environmental considerations. So that's another point that we could add to that, please.
Sure. Thank you.
Trustee Robinson.
Yeah, Superintendent Scobie, the enrollment question is obviously a pretty big issue. I kind of have a two-part question, and maybe I'll mention them both here. The report talks about sort of using a 5-year average for intake at the kindergarten level. So you've come up with a number of 4. I'm wondering if there's not a way to find out exactly what the potential number would be through Alberta Health Services. And obviously you can't predict if a family would choose to place a child in kindergarten or not, but using an average, I can understand it. It's got its value, but is there an actual number as a question? And the second part of that in terms of enrollment, looking at the material that's been provided to us, I recall a note from a parent who was previously homeschooled that is intending on enrolling their child at Fulham School. And I may know this number, and maybe I've been told it, and I apologize if that's the case, but to what extent is there a homeschool population in the Fulham area that would be a potential enrollment, increase for our Fulham School?
So let's do the first one first. So let's talk about kindergarten. So we know that in Grand Yellowhead this year, we do significant work with Power School to create our returning student verification and our new student enrollment. And we separate them by a month because the work in order in the background to make that all happen is so significant. However, we'll open the returning student verification, which will be those that are in grade 1 and above by April 7th. By April 15th, the day of the board meeting, we will have really good ideas of who's going to return in the school. New student registration is open now. We're tracking. I've already heard from Lyle of at least 4 kindergarten kids who have registered thus far, or I think 3 and then maybe 1. I'd have to double check, but we're following those things now. So we will have up-to-date ongoing numbers because everything is online. And so we are able to do that. I hope there's 25 brand new kindergarten kids that come. I hope there's 20 more kids that join the ranks of the school. I hope to get that school to 65 kids, and not because of me, because of the work that's done in the area. I think I don't have the slide in front of me, but I think we said there was about 84 students that were in the area. Doesn't necessarily say that those are all homeschooled, but we end up about 46% of them. So are there other kids in the area for other reasons that don't come? Yes. And so if the school can attract those students as well, that could change the nature of what is going on. And we have time to do that before any decisions are made on April 15th.
Okay, Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. Superintendent Scobie, you refer to, and I see here on page 2, you refer to policy 15, but we also have an appendix to policy 15. And my question to you, I have several questions, and I'm just wondering if we would be able to see, it says that in number 3, it says, in writing, notify the parents of every child and student enrolled in the school who, in the opinion of the board, will be significantly affected by the closure of the school. And the second one is in writing, notify any other person, municipality, or community organization who, in the opinion of the board, will be significantly affected by the closure of the school. I don't see these emails or these letters that are copies of these emails or letters that have been sent to the parents. And also maybe I've checked the website. Has it been posted on the website that this is the letter that has gone out to the parents? And also to the municipality or community organization who, in the opinion of the board, will be significantly affected by the closure of the school. I'm just looking for documentation about that. We do have that. Thank you.
Right.
And I have some more questions.
So we have on February 20th, we I emailed out to every parent, not only in the Fulham or the Edson area, but every parent in the school division received the email that talked about the potential for this vote. The other thing that we did was, as a board, we read through the timeline on our February 4th board meeting, and the board timeline was laid out of all the meetings that would happen, including the date that the vote would take place. Our board chair and two of our board members joined our principal, Rose Rumble, Terry Jean Bailey, our school council chair, at the Yellowhead County meeting that happened 2 weeks ago, where we talked about all of the items that are here. We have posted to our website the updates that have gone on. And yesterday I sent out a reminder to parents in the division that this meeting was taking place today, where there was the opportunity for the ability to share your story, and that we would collect any written evidence that would be presented all the way until the 13th of April. Those things were started collecting on February 18th, the day that I went out and presented to the Fulham parents. So we've had a number of engagements. We have informed the people. We have posted to our website. We've used multiple methods of doing from Facebook onto the website, onto school communications, to all people based on policy 15. But you suggested some more questions as well.
I did, Superintendent Scobie, and thank you. Also refers to about a public meeting, and it says the board will organize and convene a public meeting for the purpose of discussing the following. And it says the closure and the implementations of the closure of the closure for the children/students, for the community, and for the school system. Plans for the closure and alternatives to the closure. The board may provide other feedback platforms as the board may determine. And also the board will ensure that the input collected from the public meeting is captured and shared with the community. Is that on our website about all the information that was collected from the public meeting? Because really we didn't come forward as a full board to be meeting with the stakeholders in Fulham.
Right. So we have had a public board meeting where we discussed the timeline that would go on. Two of our trustees and the superintendent went out to the Fulham Community School, spoke with the staff, and then spoke with any parent or any guardian or community member that wanted to ask questions for about an hour and 45 minutes. We have put communications out to everyone. We have time between each of these areas that have happened. We talked about the implications. So we have met kind of the threshold and requirement of each of those that are there, and done in either through the public engagement. We've done it through the website, Facebook, and communications through the superintendency staff. So we've tackled each of those areas that are on that list.
Trustee Bird. Thank you. Superintendent Scobie, to the opposite of the conclusion, tell us, and everyone else in operations, tell us how you have thought about funding innovation, allocating resources towards researching all the new innovative ideas that are coming forth, the programs and the market economy of this school, and that it ensures future relevance rather than perhaps obsessing over the current shrinking margins. Thank you.
Funding to schools is done the same for everyone. So we know that we have funding that has come in. Our innovation has been to subsidize the budgets and to make sure that we work with our staff to provide the best people possible in the school, and to ensure that the funds exist for the school to be viable. Even though there is a smaller population, and we've done so for a number of years. The 70% reduction in student population since 2004 is significant, going from 119 students down to 35. So we continue to look and support, to work with. This whole process that we've had in this last little while has been open and innovative. And we hope that by supporting our principal to do the work that she would like to do in the community, by supporting our staff, by having our board go out and interact, by doing all of those things, that we are doing the best for our students possible. If it does not work and we are not able to keep the school open, then we will have loving environments in other buildings, regardless of school size, that will take those students, staff, because all students are our students. And that is something that we have to consider.
Trustee Mines.
I have a further follow-up question regarding the homeschooling population. New registration's open right now. So my understanding is if there are homeschool students, regardless of the grade, they can register now, correct?
100% correct. And like, as I said, we track and we know that that Rose has gone and talked with people. We know that we have brought things forward. So yes, those exist now. Any registrations that come in, we are happy, celebrate them all because we want kids in the schools. We want those kids there. We would like Fulham to be a viable school community that can meet the needs of its students for a long time.
I have another question. I know that Fulham School Council went to talk to the county, and I know they're asking for a substantial sum of money, and I'm hoping possibly the Secretary Treasurer could, not that you wouldn't know, Mr. Scobie, Superintendent Scobie, but are they able to use any of those funds for staffing or any other operational cost?
Right. So I'm sure that Tash, our Secretary Treasurer, would be happy to answer the question.
Thank you, Trustee, Secretary, or Superintendent Scobie. Yeah, provided that there are no restrictions on the funds, they could use that for staffing. We do have an administrative procedure that speaks to something around the benefit of staffing. And I just want to clarify for those who might go to the AP and find the language confusing. In the AP, it speaks to the benefit of staffing, but that would be if we're fundraising to, say, send staff to a conference, where that would be the benefit of a staff member. It's not benefiting staff to employ staff, because the benefit is actually to the student. So provided there are no restrictions, fundraised dollars can be used towards staffing to support students. And the risk is always the sustainability of fundraised dollars to continue funding staff levels. Excuse me.
So the AP is 520 if that's what we're looking for. So administrative procedure 520.
Okay, Trustee Robinson.
Just following up on trustee's comments. I was interested, just for personal knowledge, in Jasper, for example, the Friends of Jasper National Park exists as a charitable not-for-profit, and they raise funds for trail maintenance and educational programs. Obviously, there's a tax receipt component to that. Are there what can you inform me in terms of how viable is that as a source of funding? And we're talking about enrollment being one component, reductions of costs and staff, et cetera, being a component. And as Superintendent Scobie has said, that's not recommended for educational purposes, which I can agree with. But the other end of it then is fundraising through innovation, which was just raised, or other methods. So if Fulham's community school is going to be supported by donations, for example, of a substantial amount, perhaps a tax receipt would help compel. Are there issues about some kind of a structure, Fulham community, et cetera, if there was a not-for-profit raising funds and then applying them to sustainability for this school, perhaps even in the short term, as perhaps new programming, et cetera, gets underway and brings more enrollment in, et cetera?
So Trustee, I'll do an answer that I think that is relevant to what we just did. And then I think our Secretary Treasurer probably has a more detailed answer. We just spent time at Royal Caucus where we talked about many different things that were taking place. The idea about doing micro-credentialing and doing collegiate type schools. And if you remember some of the presentations that were there, those are very exciting innovations that were spoken of. And when only spoken about the innovation, it was spoken in such a positive fashion, you would say, why is everybody not doing collegiate-based schooling right now? And then the question was asked about money. And 5 members of the panel all agreed that the money was the problem, that there was no sustainable funds. They were only for startups and large sums of money, $50,000 and $100,000 in some cases, but nothing sustainable to make it work. Working with colleges, there was no extra money that was there once it was done. There are no CEUs that are generated in the background to do dual credit as there was when Trustee Mines was the principal. So that's the answer for that. And then I think that we have to be careful of what it looks like and what we can actually do over time.
Thank you, Superintendent. I won't get into details around tax receipting and, charitable donations. However, there are ways to, we do offer charitable tax receipts, and depending on the depth of and complexity of, I guess, the charitable fundraising arm that we could predict for sustaining the school, that in itself would take some effort and resourcing to be kind of create a charitable arm that, I mean, of course, school councils do a lot of that, but to the degree of revenue we're talking about, it would take a substantial resource investment.
I think from our timekeeper, we are at time. Okay. I just saw your red card, so I wanted to make sure we honored it as well.
Are there any other questions? Trustees? Oh, Trustee Acorn.
Sorry, I'm just gonna go back to the busing here for a sec. I was just wondering, is it that 45 kids, is that the magic number for keeping a bus? Or what is the magic number for making sure that a bus is equitable? And then what would that look like for the smaller buses? Maybe that can be part of that information we get.
Thank you, Trustee. We'll add that to the information coming for the April meeting.
Any other questions? I have a bunch, so no, is there any others? Okay, I have a bunch, so please bear with me here. One of my questions is in regards to that February 18th Fulham meeting. And it's been referenced in your report here as a public meeting or an engagement meeting. But my understanding is it was a school council. So my question here is, was this meeting advertised in the same manner as previous community engagement sessions related to this process? I did not find anything on Facebook from Fulham or from GYPSD.
So when we put it in, we did our engagement during we did our announcement during the public board meeting on February 4th to say that we would be going out. We had informed school by proxy school council as well. That's how we did our information so whether it's the same as all the rest of them, I'm unsure. So if it's not the same as what the engagements were done before, that's how we did ours this year. Well,
also too is engagements include the entire board, and this only included 2 board members. So that is where my concern is that it was a school council meeting that was attended by you and the 2 board members who normally attend it. And you provided information. So that was just, I just wanted to make mention of that. Page 5 of your report, with regard to budget updates and funding changes, I just wanted some clarification. We have a new budget, 2026, and there were some increases into the base instruction grant and the rural small school grant. Was that taken into consideration when you added these numbers?
Sorry. When you look at the numbers that are in there, the original one for this year is about 26,700, and I think it's a 3% increase, and it shows in the one slide 27,500, and so there was about a 3% increase that was incorporated for those grants that were there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for bearing with me here. Transportation. In your report, you said Fulham is approximately 45 kilometers from Edson. Would administration consider this a reasonable distance for students to travel by bus?
Would administration consider it? We would consider that the people that are in our division are sometimes up to 70 kilometers away. They're far, they are in the same as the Wildwood area, and we bus all those that are in our catchment area. It is hard and they are long at times, and it does not feel reasonable, but that is what we're required to do.
Well, currently, and I'm not taking away from Fulham, but I'm 19 kilometers from Wildwood, and the children on my road ride the bus for an hour and a half. just for clarification. So I'm just wondering how you felt about that. Also too is Knighton is approximately 35 kilometers away. Was Knighton considered as a potential receiving school in the transportation analysis? I did not see it in there.
So right now, because Fulham is in the Edson catchment area, that's where the Edson ward, that the students would be there going into the Edson area. There is no route that goes the other way as well right now. And what we had said was that transportation would be happy to do parent agreements if they're there. So is there a consideration for a third bus route at $95,000 to transport on top of the two that might be required that had not been considered as of yet?
Okay, would administration consider that Knighton being 35 kilometers from Fulham be a better fit for that community versus the 45 or 70? I'm not sure where that other family lives, but the 70, I'm going to mention that as well, is closer to Whitecourt.
Right.
So
For sure.
that would be us working with Northern Gateway then to get those children to a school that is closer, which is really, we want to keep all of our students as our students,
We do.
but we also have to be thinking about the well-being of our students.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I got more. This leads into my student well-being and longer bus rides. If Fulham were to close, and it is anticipated that approximately 80% of the students would experience longer bus rides, what considerations have been made regarding student well-being, including travel time, fatigue, and participation in extracurricular?
Right. So the student well-being is going to be difficult. We do stop starts in most of our schools in the morning, whether it's at Fulham or whether it's in Edson. So that would be considered the time for kids to come in, to get themselves together, to get food from the breakfast programs and to come into the day. There are longer days for sure. Those are things that we will have to work with families and take time to do.
Sorry. And just going back, so would you say then that administration would look at busing students from Fulham to Knighton?
We can look at Fulham and we can bring it as part of the smaller buses that we do and a cost analysis that goes along with it. But we know every bus route costs around $95,000. And we spent significant time showing that the utilization of those buses with 5, 10, even 21 students provides not enough revenue for us to be able to effectively run those runs without going into further deficit.
Now here's my last one. So you've outlined the financial challenges associated with maintaining the school. Beyond the financial considerations, can you help us understand how administration weighed the educational and community impacts when forming the recommendation?
So the financial things come up as being the most critical, right? Because they talk about the costs that we as a division will have to sustain over time. When we have gone, so for me personally, I spent 10 years of my life in administration before I came to be superintendent. We supported the school through various initiatives that were there as well. We want nothing but the best for the students that are there. We need to present the ideas around what are the possibilities for those students. And our hope is that the population will grow, that the students will be there. They will be in a place that is supported by the teachers and the principal and the education assistant, the secretary, the community around, and that community wants to be in the school. That's our hope. And we would support that all day long. Anytime I've been to Fulham Community School or any other school for that matter, that's where our love as educators goes to. And so we want that. We want that to be a viable place to be, and we want the kids to be happy and healthy. We have to do that. We in administration have to present that in a proper fiduciary manner. So I hope that those kids will come. I would like them to have the shortest bus routes possible, and we will work to do anything we can to make that as positive a thing as possible.
Thank you. Trustee Bowman.
I understand the financial fiduciary part of the whole thing. My concern is that we have a new admin in the school with some very amazing ideas, and she's been implementing things. And I am concerned about the time frame. I really am. So
Thank you. Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. I'm looking for a couple of the documents that my question was in regards to about the notification of proposed closure. And I'm just wondering, am I missing where that document was? Because one of the documents it said in here is about what the notice is to contain, is how the closure would affect the attendance area defined for that school, the number of children / students who would need to be relocated as a result of the closure, the educational and financial impact of the closing of the school, including the effects on operational costs and capital implications, the educational and financial impact if the school were to remain open, if the entire school is to be closed, the proposed use of the school building, and the platforms for input, and the time and location of a public meeting to discuss the closure of a school. And as our chair, Boboluk, said, that we were not there as a full board for this public board meeting, and I would like it noted. Thank you.
So we, in the report today, the 26 pages that I produced and we put on the website yesterday, except for what will happen in the case of the building with specific answers down the road when the board, if the board decides to choose that, every other one of those questions has been answered in the report that was provided yesterday.
Thank you. And another question is, if we were to have this meeting, this public board meeting in the school, do you think that we would be seeing a lot higher attendance that we are seeing here right now? That if we were to have a public board meeting with the full board at Fulham Community School, would we be seeing more people that are able to come and attend? Thank you.
So at the school council meeting, there was more people than there are here today. We just have the ability to hold in our board meeting, to live stream, to do all the work that we have. So the board meeting that you're asking about is here. We're using that to do the work and to collect the stories. So could there be more there? Sure. There was more people at the school council meeting on the 18th of February when we went out to engage the community. And not all of those were current parents. They were parents and community members and people that were interested. So there very well could be more people there.
Thank you.
Trustee Robinson.
In terms of the small school rural grant, it kind of occurred to me, perhaps someone in government somewhere would be able to explain this, but it's quite aggravating, might even be the right word, a 94% decline from group 2 down to group 1. If you look at the 35 student threshold, it's about, was it 13,000, about $14,000 a student at that level. And what would government's response be, seeing as Fulham School right now is just marginally, well, to a smaller degree below that threshold? All right, reduce the Block 2 grant by $14,000 is still a larger amount left that can perhaps help over the next period of time.
So I think, as the board knows, the board has written advocacy letters to that point to ask not only our school division, but other school divisions that this board has collaborated with to ask that exact same question. The latest response in my memory was that things wouldn't happen until after the budget, I believe is a fair response that was given to us by government. We have not seen a change in this for a number of years. And we lose, it looks like it's more, but when you do them, you lose about half because you get $26,000 or 27, and then you get a per student cost as well. So we go from about 487 to 261 potentially. So it is about a half reduction because there are other items that are captured in there. Like, it does get a little bit complicated, but when you see the number 487 to base funding of 27,000, it is a shocking change for anybody And when you go to do the work, it is a huge difference that, in this case, one student, one FTE makes.
Oh, sorry. Any other questions? Oh, Trustee Bird?
But I don't care. My question is, can you, Superintendent Scobie, beloved Superintendent Scobie, can you tell us a little bit about your philosophy in investing in long-term assets that will pay off in the long run?
Well, that's an interesting question. So when I think about the long-term investment that we do, I can tell you about the people that we have in our division. In this last year, when I was hired about a year ago today, offered a job, started in April. And the first thing that we did was we hired 9 principals. We hired an assistant superintendent. We hired a secretary treasurer, director of finance, and we put in place a system where the people that are in our system are supported wholeheartedly. And so that has remained. This process of talking about school closure, considerations that have or have not happened, or how people feel about what we do, we have made sure not to interfere. We've allowed people to do what they needed to do, in this case for the school, to showcase itself, to ask for additional funds, to put themselves out in a way that really makes their students, much like all of our students, to be critically important. We only do that because we invest in the people and a style and a philosophy of education that is critical. And if we don't do it in that manner, then we're not doing service to our kids, because that's who we're going to affect in the long run. So our time that we've put in, and my personal philosophy of what I believe in, how I conduct myself, what I do that is both rigorous, and how I deal with kids or deal with the fun part of it, whether it was the little kindergarten kids when we went to visit, or Rose's daughter who I was giving a hard time to, or when I go to some of you, Jasper, Hinton schools, the deaths that happened recently, the time that we put in with the students that were and the families that were there, the staff that was suffering. We put in significant time with the people that we have, and that's why we do these things. So my investment is in a place that I have lived my entire life. And I will tell you that when you do that with people and you put people first, those people put the kids first, and our kids will benefit from it. So we continue to use that as a philosophy. And what I think you'll find is that in today's presentation, we present all about numbers and ideas and how hard it is. And that does not represent who we are as people, what we believe in our hearts. So we go through and we do our best work. We present the best things. And as I said in my presentation, I know the board will do good work. And I know that the kids in our division, no matter where they go to school, will be loved and supported. And that part is what we're talking about.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Superintendent Scobie. First of all, I want to acknowledge Mayor Wade Williams has joined us, and I thank you for coming. We have 3 schools that fall within, we will have 3 schools that will fall within Yellowhead County, and that is Evansburg, Grand Trunk, Knighton Central, and Fulham as of right now, or Wildwood and Evansview, but they will be closing in June. So it is important that we have you here and listening to this conversation. Thank you for coming. So we will take a break then, and we'll reconvene at about 10:55. Please help yourself to refreshments. Thank you. Hello. We are here primarily to listen to you, Fulham community. We want this to be a productive meeting where everyone feels respected and heard. To make that happen, I have 3 small asks. First, respect for each other. This is an emotional topic because it's about our kids. I just ask that we keep our comments kind and focused on the issues. We're all on the same team when it comes to wanting the best for our students. Also, 2, respect for the clock. We have a lot of people who want to share their hearts today. We have set aside 10 minutes per presenter. Please try to be concise, not because we don't want to hear you, but because we want to make sure every single person on our list gets their fair share of the floor. Our Director of Communications, Ms. Gilks, will be monitoring the time and will make each presenter aware of when there is 1 minute left to wrap up your presentation by flashing a yellow card. At the end of that minute, she will then hold up a red card when your time is complete. Thirdly, the learning phase. Just a reminder that today is about us listening and gathering information. The board won't be debating or making a final decision today. We're here to take in everything that you have to tell us so we can make the most informed decision possible down the road. Please also note that you may see us with our heads down, writing notes or typing on our keyboards. We are listening and documenting your words and your passion as we go through the day. Thank you again, all, for being here and for helping us maintain a respectful, focused environment. Ms. Gilks, can you please call forward the first presenter?
Okay. Oh, I'll just wait. We have some other visitors.
And could I ask that you just pull it closer to you? So thank you.
I have a big voice, so it might get really loud.
Welcome, Ms. Manili. And when you're ready, you can start.
Okay. Good morning. I might get teary, probably right off the start, but it'll go away, I promise. My name is Allison Minelli, and I'm a teacher at Fulham Community School. I come here today to speak to you not just as a teacher who over 30 years came out to Fulham School to start her first job, but also as a parent whose children have attended Fulham School, as the wife of someone whose family has gone to Fulham School for 4 generations, and also as a community member who over 30 years has had Fulham tightly woven into my life. As I sat trying to write down my feelings about all that is happening with Fulham School, I felt the heaviness in my heart, the weight of a possible loss that I'm unable to express easily. The hardest part is how to address a problem you were always told not to worry about. How do we as a community find the energy to fight the good fight when we do not seem to be playing on a fair playing field? And how do we as a community go the distance with something like this, knowing that the finish line is always being moved? I know we have all heard the quote, "It takes a village to raise our children." Right now, I believe this statement might be better stated as, "It takes a village to stand up for our children." That village in the past has been represented by family, friends, neighbors, and teachers, because we are all the people who are always looking out for our children. Right now, though, it is imperative that this group of people also includes those like you in positions of power. I could speak to you about the busing fiasco that has affected Fulham School, the importance of rural education for children, government policies of the school of choice, or the lack of transparent, inclusive, and respectful dialogue with our community. But you've already heard all of that. What I feel needs to be said is that your vote is bigger than a number on a ledger. It is more important than the words viable and fiscally responsible. We have seen a decline in our education system in Alberta for years. We have seen how overcrowded, complex classrooms are becoming the norm and how student engagement and learning is suffering because of it. And then we have Fulham Community School, a school by all definitions that is the poster child for what many experts believe to be the example of how schools should be run. We have excellent student-teacher ratios. We have more one-on-one time with our students. We have a family atmosphere where teachers and students know everyone's name. We have more access to SLP, FSL, OT, and others because of our smaller whole school numbers. We have alternative programming that is taking us back to our basic skills like growing a garden and raising fish, with the possibility of so much more if our vision of being a natural resource school could come to fruition. We have daily cross-graded activities that allow our students to be leaders and teachers. We eat breakfast with each other as a whole school every morning, building community and friendships across our grades. We have a wide variety of after-school programs offered to our students and run by our staff. Our lower numbers are not a deficit to us. Yet, what everyone focuses on are the dollar signs, or the lack thereof when it comes to Fulham School. Well, let's speak some truths. No matter what budget we talk about, whether it's our own personal budgets, whether it's Grand Yellowhead's, or whether it's a government budget, there is always money for the things that we want. We can always justify expenditures when we want something to happen, but when we don't, we bring up numbers in red and we underestimate what our schools can do. Let's remember that it's not the students at Fulham School who opened busing from their catchment area 10 years before it was expected by the School Act, thus resulting in a decline in our population. It wasn't the children at Fulham who decided to fund full-day kindergarten 5 days a week for the division, even though almost every other school division charges for this. It's also not the students at Fulham School who decided not to charge busing fees to cover discrepancies between government funding and actual costs. And it was not the students at Fulham who have not had transparent, inclusive, respectful dialogue with their community about the viability of their school. And yet, at the end of this whole process, it will be the students at Fulham School who this affects. I don't need to go into what the costs for our students are going to be if you close their school, because you already know what they are. Only 2 of you were actually elected to represent us. But I ask each and every one of you to think about what it would be if Fulham was one of your schools and how hard you would fight for it. Please know that we understand what a true blessing we have at Fulham School, and that no one takes for granted the amazing place we're so fortunate to be a part of, or any of the help that has been given to us. This is why we're fighting so hard. Within the capacity of money, Fulham has always been a have less school for a long time. We might have the smallest budget in the division, but this has not made us less. In fact, it has made us more connected to our community partners, more creative with finding grants to support our school's amazing programs, more about thinking outside the box so that we can all have the things that those have schools do. We are more involved as parents and staff, knowing that so much relies on us. but we are willing to do more because to us, this is not just a school, not just a number in a ledger, but a massive part of our community and our history. It was said that we need to understand that when the board helps to fund Fulham, it is taking money away from other schools. I feel the question needs to be asked, what school has gone without what they need in our division because ours has been helped? Is it not the case that we look for areas in education that need the most help and then we help them? Would we not do this for any school in our division? Through all of this, I come back again and again to one question. What concrete measures has the board of GYPSD done to support the viability of Fulham School? And with this question, I am not asking about money, because right up until now, Fulham has received a small school grant that has covered a great portion of our costs. What I'm asking about is what else has been done to support Fulham's viability. Over the years, we have been asked over and over to come up with ideas to increase enrollment at our school. I want to make clear that this was not because we were being told we were being closed or because we were under a viability study, but just because an increase in registration would be good for us. 2 years ago, we addressed the idea of becoming an agricultural school like Ontario, and many people in our community were on board with this idea. But because of our leadership at the time, we were not able to move forward with this. We now have the leadership to make this a reality, but once again have been halted in our tracks before we even get started. We have talked about needing buses to run both ways as students have free rides out of our catchment area, but not to us. We have asked about being an in-reach or outreach center for the homeschoolers in our area, or having Play School become a part of our school to give those children a sense of community within our walls. And yet every single idea we have brought forth has been stopped before it can even begin, because we've been told it is too expensive, or it will take too much of someone's time, or just no. So I ask again, what concrete measures has the board of GYPSD done to support the viability of Fulham School? I ask my students all the time what they want their legacy to be. How do they want to be remembered? So I ask you this same question today, because at some point, someone, somewhere needs to stand up and fight for rural schools in Alberta before there aren't any. I hope with all my heart that you are the people willing to go the distance for the students, parents, and staff at Fulham Community School, so that your legacy reads, we did do everything we could to save our rural schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Please do not leave. Thank you very much. Do we have anyone who would like to ask Ms. Minnelli a question? Trustee Bird?
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. My question is, I think we need to film you, and that needs to be put on your Facebook page. That's my question.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's okay. Thank you, Ms. Ashmeyer. I was going to ask for that. Well, we're running ahead of schedule here. Yes, please. Everybody, we're going to have a presentation from our Fulham students.
The teachers and students students and teachers at our school are amazing, and I don't want a 2-hour bus ride to Edson. I like Fulham Community School because after lunch we get to group up and do stuff together. Thank you for caring for us and providing food and games for us. One thing that I like about the school is that everyone helps each other when they need help. My favorite part of the school is that everyone's ready to help. My favorite part of the school is we have breakfast program and we learn from books from the library and learn a lot. Thank you for teaching me science at a bus phase. Thank you for helping with my math this year. To Fulham School. I love Fulham School because there's a lot of kids to play with. Thanks for helping me when I need help. Thank you so much for hiring Miss Manila. She's the best teacher ever. Thank you for all the food you provide for us. There aren't a lot of kids in the school, and they're all really kind. I have made so many friends over these 5 years. We have so many memories here at Fulham. We all spend so much time together in class. Fulham is a great place to learn and grow together. I like having small, crowded. I also love having Miss Manelli as my teacher. Fulham is a great place. I love having field trips and hot lunches. Having small classes is great. We get help when needed quickly. We are like a family spending so much time together. We are a small community that is unique. My siblings went to school here, so it is a big memory for me. Please leave the school open. Miss Manelli is a great teacher and super nice. I have a great principal. I want the school open, and I think this school is where I want to send my kids when I grow up. It's nice. This school is kind, helpful, small, and I want it that way because it makes it easier to get help when you need it. And my teachers are very nice. Mrs. Manelli is awesome, mostly cool, kind, most of all, super helpful, and she is very nice and helps me with whatever I need. And I do not want a 2-hour bus ride. Thank you very much. I like this school because all the kids are nice to me, and all the teachers are nice, and the bus drivers are nice to us. Fulham is a great place. I want my kids to come here. It's a great place to make friends. This is the best school you could come here and be like, this is a good school and good kids. Why would they want to close this school? To Fulham School, thank you for books for the library to read. To Fulham School, thank you for hot lunch and field trips. To Fulham School, thank you for having breakfast programs every single day. We have lots of friends. We are able to grow at recesses. It's fun here. We work hard on everything we do. Concerts, we have good books to read and watch movies at lunchtime. 2 parks, great PE, great gym classes. We do amazing things here. We are unique because we are a small school, and that's what I love about Fulham. Fulham is awesome because we ski at lunch recess. I like Fulham Community School because after lunch we get to group up and do stuff together. I like Fulham Community School because the classes are nice and small. Thank you for caring for us and providing food and games for us. One thing that I like about the school is that everyone helps each other when they need help. My favorite part of the school is that everyone's ready to help. My favorite part of the school is we have breakfast program, and we learn from from books from the library and learn a lot.
Thank you for teaching me science at a bus phase. Thank you for helping with my math this year.
To film school. I love film school because there's a lot of kids to play with. Thanks for helping me when I need help. We learn so much. The teachers are nice. That everyone be kind to each other. Everyone is sharing. I learn math well. Everyone follows the rules to the school. They're really helpful. They give out stuff. Film is a safe place to be. Everyone is helpful to others. We do many art projects. We do science projects like breakfast program. The people give us notebooks in our lockers. The books said don't forget to smile. I like that we have a library. We learn how to draw and other types of books. We do so many stuff in gym like running, indigenous game, cross-country skiing. We build snow forts when it's warm. And we build bird feeders for little sea. We are doing so many stuff at the school. I hope it's not, I don't want the school to go down.
Thank you for giving us food and letting us do this.
The teachers are the best. The helpers are the best. The people are the best. There is lots of kids there. The school is always clean. People are kind to me. I like when every kid cleans the school. They are kind to me. Keeping it clean all the time. We get to play kitties outside. All the kids are always kind. Share candies with my friends.
Thank you so much. I know we have some of those stars here today. Could I just ask that Miss Manelli's her presentation be given to us, a copy of it? Okay, thank you very much. We are well ahead here. So welcome, Principal Rumble, and we'll hear your presentation.
Thank you. So good morning, members, community members, members of the board, superintendent, and other guests. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you again. I just want to kind of, before I even get into my presentation, I want to say that the kids' presentation was all in their own. During our numeracy literacy time, we just gave them like, what would you thank the school for? So that's with the pink cards. And then Mrs. Manelli gave them a prompt in one of her ELA classes. And so anybody holding the white paper, so that's all all in their own and just general prompts. So we're really proud of our students, and clearly they really enjoy where they're at. Okay. So the process surrounding Fulham School's viability has been a difficult item for everyone in this room, and I respect the fiscal responsibilities this board carries. My repeated presence in front of you isn't just a matter of persistence. It's a reflection of the community, many behind me, that refuse to let its heartbeat fade without a fight. You can look at the Fulham Community School on a spreadsheet and see numbers. When I look at it, I see the anchor of our rural community. Surrounded by farmland, our school is the gathering place, the identity, and the future of this area. Consistently throughout this year, our stakeholders have made one thing abundantly clear, and I can expand that to our history as well. They explicitly want their children raised and educated in a rural setting. They want an education deeply connected to the land and in the community. I keep hearing that we are a school in decline. We're not in a decline. We're in transition, similar to the historical transitions that Fulham has encountered. This is the reason why this process has absolutely stunned our community. The spirit in the Fulham area is incredibly strong. Our active and engaged school council is proof of that. These are parents and neighbors who consistently show up. They volunteer their time and resources to ensure our school continues to be a leader in education, our events a success, and help ensure our children are raised in an exceptionally safe and caring environment. We are also providing unique hands-on learning experiences that you simply cannot replicate in larger urban settings. Through our full school numeracy and literacy program, students work and play collaboratively, designing and building bird feeders, growing food, and learning about the cattle industry. All this celebrates our school's strengths and above all, centers on learning. Beyond traditional learning, every student is engaged in the Fish and Schools Initiative, a program that connects them directly to our local ecosystem and fosters a deep sense of environmental stewardship. We are actively expanding these hands-on life cycle programs by utilizing our outdoor and indoor class gardens, by hatching both chicken eggs and butterfly eggs. Ultimately, we plan to raise the chickens that we hatch into a flock of laying hens, giving our students invaluable practical experiences in agricultural entrepreneurship. Board members, since my first day at Fulham School, the staff and the community have not just been sitting back and hoping for the best. We have been actively working on solutions. To address the core issues of enrollment, we have taken direct action. We have opened our doors. We've hosted many community events, including the Harvest Supper, dances, family nights, family fun nights, to be honest, Christmas bazaar, Christmas concerts, and we'll be hosting our annual drama week production in the near future. Recently, we also hosted a community open house to showcase our incredible learning environment to prospective families. We are asking the hard questions. Myself and other staff members have personally contacted individual families in our catchment area who have chosen not to attend. I particularly want to understand the barriers and gather real data on how we can better serve them. We're also feeding our students and engaging our neighbors. We have successfully implemented a breakfast program, and we are consistently hosting community events that bring everyone through our doors. We all realize that surviving requires evolving. The world is rapidly changing, and we understand that the information that the students in our care need does not yet exist. That is why I have presented a strategic vision to pivot our education model to attract and retain families. We have the space, the environment, and the community ready to implement this. We have proposed to you an in-reach or homeschool partnership program, bringing homeschool families into our building and into our division for specific programming and resources. We are already implementing natural resources-based alternative programming alongside our outdoor and play-based education. By ensuring these hands-on experiences are embedded into our Alberta curriculum, we want to create a dynamic and engaging living classroom. This approach not only builds vital capacity within our community, but it actively inspires our students to pursue careers that support and sustain rural life. We have also expanded our after-school programs to support our working families and provide the students of Fulham educational opportunities outside of regular school hours. Programs such as basketball, volleyball, badminton, outdoor education, science and engineering projects, art clubs, pottery art classes, plant propagation, animal welfare, bushcraft, and so much more. These are all targeted strategies that are designed to increase enrollment numbers and secure financial viability. Closing a school is a permanent solution to a temporary challenge. Our school, once a school leaves a rural community, the young families leave with it, and the community slowly disappears. We have a community backing, we have the drive, we have the concrete strategic plan to increase their enrollment through unique place-based alternative program. I'm asking you again to look at the work that we are actively doing. Give us the time, the runway, and the support to implement these changes. Let us prove that a small school can not only be viable, but it can be the beacon of innovative, community-based education for this district. Help us raise the rule. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Pardon me, Principal Rumble. Do any trustees have any questions? Trustee Robinson.
Thank you very much, Rose. I understand the presentation is focusing on transition, certainly with merit. I'm just curious if from pessimistic to a very optimistic range from where you are right now, what are you kind of anticipating as potential enrollment growth? If that's, I don't know if that's a fair question, but.
So just based on my communications within our community, our enrollment growth is between 5 and 10 currently that I know of, but it's hard to gauge because we cannot actually enroll students right now, right? So, I mean, new students can, but it's the ones that are already the returning students that I'm hopeful for as well. So I don't really know all the enrollment details also, but just based on that, the communication within the community, based on the people that came to the open house, for sure that 5 to 10 increase. Yeah.
Because we have extra time, I'm going to allow for more questions. Trustee Bird, do you mind if, I'm not sure who had their hand up first. Okay.
I was just curious with your questioning of homeschooling families right now. Have you had any show interest in wanting sorry, I had two parts to it.
Sorry.
One is coming to the school, but also in that outreach part that you were talking about as well. Have you heard anything about that?
So it's tough to specifically ask those questions of families when I don't know if that program will be backed. Yeah, so that's one of the ones that I've proposed, but I don't feel I can implement without further input from the next step, right? So again, a suggestion that I brought to you, the board, before as well. I don't want to tell families that I can do that, and when I don't know if I can actually.
Just so you know, we're not normally going to be asking these many questions, but because we are well ahead of time, we're going to allot for some extra questions. Go ahead, Trustee Bird.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. You did a 5-minute speech in 2 minutes, Rose, and no, don't say sorry, but that's how fast moving you are for processing. Are you like that in everything? Because that's an important gift for your rural area. Are you like this all the time? Okay. And that, thank you, Rose. And the other one is because you were going so fast, and I know about going fast. Closing a school is a temporary solution for, you said.
Oh, let me go. I don't
just
want to
wanna say
paraphrase myself there.
Yeah, I just want to say.
So closing a rural school is a permanent solution to a temporary challenge.
Sorry, my hearing's
That's okay.
my hearing's a little bad. Could you just say it one more time?
Closing a rural school is a permanent solution to a temporary challenge.
Sorry, my other ear didn't hear it. Could you say it one more time?
A little louder this time.
Yeah, okay.
Possibly I need
Yeah,
to use
please.
the gym.
Yeah, can I hear it again? Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm old.
Closing a rural school is a permanent solution to a temporary challenge.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you. I just have one, I have kind of a couple of questions. You talked about hatching out eggs and raising chickens. Where would that be? Like, what are you proposing for that?
Far in the past, there was a gentleman named Hank Henry Williams. So he was my husband's grandfather. When he died, we inherited a chicken barn from him. We no longer have chickens in it, with the intent to move that chicken barn to the school, provided that it can be there and not be something that we have to try and move back. So we do have a chicken barn in place. We have purchased an incubator with our outdoor fund money that was provided to us with that intent. So I actually have eggs on my mother-in-law's counter right now that she's turning in cartons, ready to put into the school. And I mean, hatching eggs is a process. Kids learn the life cycle quite hard through hatching. But the idea is, like I had said, to do that, and we do have the infrastructure available, but we need to know if the resources we need, or if we can even move that chicken barn over, right? So there's things, and if we can't move that one, then the Rumble family is able to ensure that we have the space. And I'm sure the community would be behind us to help us.
And the county bylaws.
Yes, and yeah, of course, we have to do all the things right. If it can't happen there, we have land across the road, and I can put a chicken barn there.
My second question to you is with your ideas and the ideas we heard from before, how do you plan? Because it comes at a cost. So what is your plan to implement and bring about this alternative program?
Very industry based. So I mean, it's going to take the work to do it, but to reach out to, so for example, the Alberta Beef Producers, to Alberta Pulses, to the Alberta Chicken Association. I don't know if that might not be the actual name for it. So the bigger agriculture associations, and then also utilize our strong community backing to provide funding. Allison mentioned in her speech that we have been able to be very creative with funding programs at Fulham without a lot of extra support other than what we have received. And so through even like our breakfast program was fully funded by community members up until the budget was released and I knew exactly what we had. So we do have we have community members that are readily able to help us financially. It'll just be the actual sitting down with them and finding out what those numbers actually are that would need to be done. And but like I had mentioned, our school council is amazing, and they've already started a list of businesses that they're reaching out to find what they're willing to, whether it's donations in kind, fiscal donations, or just even their experiences or knowledge that they could share with our students.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's it. Yeah. You're free to go. Welcome, Miss Bailey.
Thank you.
And if you have a written presentation that you would like to share with the board, then we'd be more than happy to have it.
Sure, I can email that after. Thank you. Like she said, my name is Terry Jean Bailey. I'm the current Fulham chairperson at Fulham Community School. And I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to hear us today, to the GYPSD board and administration staff. The irony of losing my voice physically is not lost on me after feeling like we haven't had much of a voice in the last couple of years. When I was 5 years old, I was standing inside of a tiny school gymnasium. I picked up a jump rope for the first time. It wasn't part of a big athletic program. There was no academy, no special funding, just a teacher who saw a group of kids having fun at recess and decided to take an opportunity. That teacher was Mr. Rob Jolly. He started a small jump rope team at our school. Nothing fancy, just a handful of kids and a rope, and someone who believed in children, what children might be capable of. What started as recess fun quickly became something bigger. By the time I was 8 years old, I was competing nationally. I traveled to Ontario, where I had the opportunity to perform at the Parliament building and even broke a world record for speed skipping in my age category, alongside two of my teammates. And every time I look back on that experience, I think of one simple truth. None of that would have happened if someone hadn't looked at our small school and decided it was worth investing their time in. And I wasn't the only one. That tiny school along the highway in the middle of nowhere has produced some incredibly successful people over the years. Teachers, nurses, tradespeople, business owners, police officers, and yes, even doctors and lawyers. All from that small rural school that someone somewhere could have looked at on paper and decided it wasn't viable. Opportunity does not only live in big schools. Sometimes it starts in a small gym when a teacher believes in kids and a school that chooses to give them a chance. And that brings me to something that we talk about often when we talk with our children, choices. As a parent raising young children, we talk about choices a lot. We talk about making good choices. We talk about the consequences of our choices. We talk about what to do when we're faced with difficult decisions. Because every parent knows that choices shape outcomes. And today this board is being asked to make a really difficult choice. But before that choice is made, it's important to acknowledge the reality of the choices that came before you. For more than a decade, decisions made by the GYPSD administration and previous board of trustees set Fulham on a path that we find ourselves discussing today. For 10 years, the division made the choice to allow expansive school of choice busing access and provide convenient transportation into Edson schools long before the Education Act changes in May of 2025. For 10 years, the division made the choice to make it easier for families to leave our rural schools rather than strengthening them. For 10 years, the division made the choice to ignore declining enrollment at Fulham. For 10 years, the division made the choice not to explore the underlying cause to this decline in enrollment, despite many parents reaching out to share their concerns. And during that time, there was little transparency, there was no meaningful engagement, policies and procedures were not consistently followed. Engagement events were conducted in ways that many families felt were dismissive or even unethical. And along the way, the data presented to the public only told part of the story. Choices were made, and those choices have consequences. Today, Fulham School is being assessed for viability, not because the community stopped caring, and not because the families abandoned the school, but because the system around it made choices that steadily eroded our enrollment. And yet here we are, a new principal, new leadership within the administration office, and a new set of trustees around this table, which means you're not responsible for the decisions of the past, but you are responsible for making this decision now. And it's important to understand that the information shaping this decision has not always been presented fairly. Just one example of this, throughout the public documents related to this review, there are repeated references to a petition with 49 signatures asking the school of choice busing and boundaries remain open. That petition was enough for the board at the time to reverse a decision that would have required students to attend their designated schools. 49 signatures changed the direction of a policy. But what's missing from these documents is another petition that was submitted later in that same year, October of 2024. A petition that the Fulham families and community members asked the board to take steps to protect our rural school. And that petition carried 132 signatures, nearly 3 times as many voices. And yet that petition is absent from the narrative that has shaped this process. When information like that is left out, the picture becomes incomplete. And when the picture is incomplete, the choice becomes distorted. So today I'm asking for something simple but powerful, to look at the full picture, recognize the consequences of past decisions. In GYPSD, the division has chosen to spend approximately $1 million to supplement the full day kindergarten program, filling a gap created by the provincial funding that only covers half-day programming. That investment was made to support childcare needs for families. The division also has chosen not to charge transportation fees for students attending schools of choice, absorbing these costs into our system, despite every other school division surrounding us charging those fees. Those are our choices that required significant financial commitment. And yet when it comes to supporting Fulham School, a rural school with committed community and a vision for new programming, suddenly we're told that numbers just simply don't work. Equitable education does not mean equal. So it raises a very important question. Why are those investments considered valuable, but investing in the sustainability of a rural school is not? When 20 families have already identified interest in attending Fulham if given the opportunity, 20 families, not students, families, 20 families who see possibility here, 20 families who represent the very enrollment growth that this review claims to be seeking. Yet that option has not been meaningfully considered. School of choice, but only if the choice is for urbanized schools. We are truly talking about viability, then we must also talk about the choices that shape viability. Because viability is not something that just happens to a school. It is something that's created or undermined by the decisions made around it. But today is not just about looking backwards. We're also recognizing the opportunity that sits right in front of us. Because something has changed at Fulham. With the arrival of a new principal came something that our community has been longing for: hope. Hope rooted in leadership that believes deeply in rural education. Hope grounded in a dedication to our school and our students in a way that most schools and communities can only dream of. For the first time in years, our community can see what Fulham can really truly become, not just what it has been. We've been given 6 months to reverse a 10-year trend. We have one of the most active and engaged school councils in GYPSD. We keep talking about funding. The school council has raised between $30,000 and $40,000 for Fulham School in the last 2 years to spend on our outdoor education program and things like that. We envision expanding alternative programming that reflects the land around us, programming that embraces our agriculture, natural resources, and our rural way of life that defines our community. Our children are surrounded by living classrooms every single day: forests, fields, wildlife, and working farms. Imagine a school that those resources are not just nearby, but actually part of our learning experience. A place where students engage in land-based learning, where agriculture, environmental stewardship, or rural innovation become part of the curriculum, where education connects directly to the community that surrounds it. This is not just about helping Fulham survive, it's about helping Fulham thrive. And in doing so, helping GYPSD become a leader in supporting rural schools. All across Alberta, rural schools are closing. Communities are watching as their schools disappear one after another. But this moment presents an opportunity for our board to choose differently, to embrace our rural roots, to support innovation instead of retreat, to become a leader and not just another statistic. Because the lesson that we teach our children about choices is not just that choices matter. It's that when we realize that we've made a mistake, that we have to have the courage to make a better choice next time. And today is that moment. Choose transparency, choose fairness, choose rural opportunity, choose the possibility that Fulham can grow, evolve, and serve families in a way that strengthens this community rather than dismantle it. Because the choice that you make today will travel far beyond this room. It will travel down the long rural bus routes through small communities that refuse to give up, and then to the future of children who deserve a chance to learn close to home. I believe in rural schools. I believe rural children deserve the same opportunities that changed my life. And I believe that Fulham School deserves a chance to prove that what's possible when a community, a school, and a board choose to believe in it together. Because years from now, people may not remember the reports and the charts and the enrollment numbers, but they will remember the choice that you made today. You have the opportunity to choose courage over convenience, vision over statistics, and leadership over closure. With all that's going on in the world today, we often talk about choosing where we want to land on this side of history. And so today you have a chance to show that GYPSD will simply not follow a trend, but lead a different path. And today, the future of one rural community sits in front of you. Please choose to give it a chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Trustees, any questions? Trustee Bowman?
That was very good. I have a question about that petition because it's the first time I've heard about it. Can you give me some information about that particular petition?
Yeah, we did a petition with the community and the Fulham families in October of 2024. I submitted it to the chair, Dale Karpluk, at the community engagement in Fulham. I believe it's October 10th. I can forward the signatures and the question and everything to you.
Thank you. Thank you. I just have one quick one that I want to ask you. Being a community member, obviously for a long time, would you say that if this board was to do an engagement just for homeschoolers, that they would show up?
Just for homeschoolers?
Well, no, your community, but I'm saying, like, if we really focused in on homeschooling in your area, would they show up?
Possibly. I feel like it's maybe a 50-50. We have some that quite a large community of homeschoolers are homeschooling from grade 7 to 12, partially due to the busing into town. And then we have some that homeschool for religious reasons. We have a very large population of Russian Mennonite that I don't know that they would homeschool, but they have their own school. And then we do have a few families that are considering coming back to Fulham, but I don't know that it would be a significant turnout.
If we based it upon a like a question to them about what we could change or do you think we heard this question from Yellowhead County? That's why I'm posing it to you here today.
Yeah, fair enough. I think that they definitely would engage in a conversation, and maybe we can learn more about what we're missing at the school level in multiple ways. I think it definitely has value.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. We're actually ahead of time here. We have 15 minutes before we break for lunch. Chris, are you prepared? Oh, sorry. Okay. Were you on our list? Okay. Could we do Jordan then? Sorry, Dr. Bremenkamp. And I got your last name wrong too. Yes, we're allowing for this today just because you're here in person.
Okay, thank you all for listening to me. Trustees, superintendents, families, friends. My name is Jordan Laird. I'm a local veterinarian and one of the owners of the Edson Veterinary Clinic. My husband and I are also part of our large family cattle ranch on the west side of Shining Bank Lake, about 10 minutes from Fulham School. We have 3 young children, one who currently attends Fulham Community School and another that is about to enter into junior kindergarten, hopefully next year, assuming there is a school for him to go to. I have lived in Shining Bank since I was 4 years old. Fulham Community School is the school that I went to from kindergarten to grade 6 before making the transition to Edson in grade 7 back in the early 2000s. Fulham was more than just a school for me and my sisters growing up. It was a place where we thrived with our friends and learned the rules of lit life before entering into a busier, more demanding culture in town. We were allowed to live a country life without the pressures and influences that often come from a more urban setting. The teachers were our friends and people whom we respected and looked up to. Mrs. Minnelli was one of my teachers. It was fun to know most of the kids in the school. I was there for the renovations to add on what is now the library and the green lockers down by the 5-6 classroom. We would cross the road and go skating at the rink on field trips or take a walk down to the Yoho Museum, even go sledding on the big hill at Hallahan's. That hill in the back of the school on the north side, I was there when they built that so we could have somewhere to sled on the property. My mother was one of the parents responsible for the amazing original playground that my son still plays on now with the dinosaurs. My friend's dad built the wooden signs that hang on the side of the gymnasium and the playground one. I have so many fond memories of Fulham. It is devastating to know that it is being seriously considered for closure. I truly believe that closing this school will do much more harm to our community than it could possibly do good. Our children should not need to endure excessively long bus rides just to sit in a classroom that is overcrowded with overworked teachers. If anything, the Edson parents should be offered to send their children to Fulham to get away from the chaos of town. Closing Fulham will not only affect the students, but it will also result in the loss of many jobs. So many of the teachers and aides in this school are part of our local community. Mrs. Worzen is my neighbor to the east, and her son runs a feedlot. He and his wife just had a baby boy who will be looking forwards to going to Fulham in a few years. Mrs. Minnelli lives down the road from me to the west, as does her daughter, who also had a baby to join this community. Mr. Beck's family lives north of me. Mrs. Rumble farms with her family to the south. Recently, there was a change in the principal at this school. Mrs. Rumble has taken on an immense role in trying to increase enrollment and revive our small community school. She is from our community. She's our neighbor, she's our friend, someone we absolutely trust with our children. Please give her the chance to increase enrollment and make Fulham what it was back when I was a student there. She deserves to show us all what she is capable of. The people of this community want to see Fulham keep its doors open. I think that was seen at the meeting when there was a whole bunch of people that showed up there that don't even have kids in this school anymore, farmers from down the road that care. We care and we understand that the dollar signs aren't necessarily adding up. However, this school is more than just a school and a budget. It's the heart of our little community. It's the place where our children receive the fundamentals to become the amazing humans they have the potential to be. Fulham is where my dreams to become a veterinarian began. It's where my sisters and I learned to cross-country ski and skip rope. What Terry Jean talked about there, we were part of that club as well. It's where we learned to play basketball, act in a play, and so much more. Even now, the number of school activities that are provided and after-school programs is astonishing. This is not a dying school. This is a school that is fighting with all it has to keep alive and to thrive. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Trustees, anyone have a question? Since Jordan, Dr. Laird, didn't mention this, her three sisters, one's a nurse, Jordan is a veterinarian, and her younger sister is an SLP who is going through as a neurosurgeon. No, it's something to do with, I thought she was in, anyways, she's an SLP.
Yep, she is a.
That's it. I knew she had something with neurology. Oh my gosh.
Neurology, yes.
Thank you. My apologies. And these are products of Fulham that Terry Jean, she had mentioned earlier, but I know this family through 4-H. So thank you very much for your input. I think we're going to break for lunch, and I apologize to everyone that we're just going to take a half an hour. So if you want to run out and get something to eat, if you want to stay in here, you're more than welcome. But we'll be back here for 12:30. Thank you, everyone. Thank you and welcome back, everyone. And we'll call to the mic Chris Bailey. Welcome, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you. Hello, trustees of Grand Yellowhead. My name is Chris Bailey, and I'm here today to speak to you regarding the current viability study of Fulham Community School. I urge you, in the strongest yet most respectful way, keep the Fulham School open. It is not only an educational institution, it's the heart of our community. My children have absolutely thrived at Fulham School. Sorry. The additional one-on-one time they received from their teachers, educational assistants, has made an impact beyond measure. One of my children had a severe speech delay. We chose to have him attend the pre-K program at Fulham. He was the first child to do so at the school. Because of that decision, we had an early access to speech therapy without having to drive 55 kilometers to town and take time off work. And that early access, combined with the incredible dedication of his teachers and educational assistants, has completely changed his attitude towards learning. His speech and reading levels have improved tenfold. He is now beginning to show its true potential and is becoming a leader in his class. In a large classroom in town, I truly believe he would have struggled and potentially been lost in the system. Fulham gave him that opportunity to succeed. Another incredible example of Fulham's impact is Drama Week. Fulham is the only school that includes its entire student population in its Drama Week and its productions. Every single child is given a role and an opportunity to participate. As a result of the dedicated teachers, I watched in complete awe and amazement as I saw a side of my son that I never would imagine I would see in public. He was absolutely beaming and radiant on that stage. The staff's encouragement and guidance gave him the confidence to perform publicly, something I once thought would only be impossible for him. That confidence carries far beyond the stage. It builds resilience, communication skills, and self-belief. It's a kind of growth you cannot measure on a spreadsheet. Fulham School has been a pillar of our community for generations. It has produced doctors, nurses, lawyers, first responders, successful business owners, farmers, ranchers, many of whom continue to live and raise their families right in this community. They have chosen to plant their roots here with the intention of their children attend the same school that shaped them. Of all the staff members at Fulham, all but one live in this community. They love this community and they love their students. It shows in their dedication. They know the students' extended families. They know their grandparents, their aunts, their uncles, some of whom they have taught. They genuinely care. The staff and the new principal have created a true sense of family within this school. The older students help the younger ones. The children are respectful, welcoming, kind to the guests and each other's families. That culture has not happened by accident. It is intentionally built. In the spring of 2024, the division held a community engagement meeting in Wildwood, 80 kilometers away. And only at the last minute, they invited the Fulham families to attend. Wildwood is not our community. Expecting that meeting to represent Fulham families was neither inclusive nor reflective of our reality. After significant pushback from the Parent Advisory Council and families, the division finally held a meeting in our school, in our community. Our school has done everything asked of it, including expanding after-school programming, one of the reasons cited from families previously choosing to go to town. While town schools have offered no to minimal after-school programming. Fulham has hosted activities up to 4 nights a week at times and continues to do so. From introduction to various sports to learning science, making toys with items you can find at home. My children participated in nearly all of them. They come home excited, sharing what they've learned. The outdoor club is especially fitting to our rural school. Students are learning practical, real-life skills that reflect their community's values and livelihoods. I encourage you all to watch the videos from last fall when the students harvested their community garden. The excitement was incredible. They learned about soil, sunlight, plant growth, and where our food comes from. They learned self-sufficiency and the value of hard work. In a time of rising food costs, understanding how to grow your own food is an invaluable life skill. Watching the students enjoy healthy snacks and hot lunches from the vegetables they grew themselves was a powerful example of real-world learning at its best. Our rural children thrive outdoors. Many of their families depend on farming and ranching. The Outdoor Classroom Initiative reflects who we are in this lifestyle. Why not learn under a big, bright sky, fresh air when possible? The creativity, innovation, and the dedication of the Fulham staff, the students, as well as the Parent Advisory Council is remarkable. I believe that our PAC is one of the most involved within the entire division. Children learn at their best when they are regulated, well-fed, rested, and ready to engage. Expecting small children to spend up to 2 hours on a bus in the morning and again in the evening will not allow them to be at their full potential. Closing Fulham School would force that burden onto families and young children. That is not in the best interest of students. It is difficult to understand how a viability study can occur while a new principal has just been hired. The current principal has been doing outstanding work to improve the school culture and attendance. The division must allow reasonable time for these positive changes to take effect before making an irreversible decision. If Grand Yellowhead Public School Division truly prioritizes student well-being, community strength, and education success, then keeping the Fulham School community school open is the only right decision. I respectfully ask you to consider not only the numbers on a page, but the children, the families, and the generations of community members who are deeply connected to this school. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Bailey, just one moment before you leave. Is there any questions, trustees? I just have a comment. Thank you for sharing. It's very hard when we're talking about our own children, and I appreciate that your passion and your emotions. And I thank you for sharing with us today.
Okay, first off, I prefer to stand, not much of a sitter. A little bit closer to the mic.
Mr. Beck, we're going to get you a microphone. Then you can move around.
Check. Okay, yeah, you think somebody that sits and talks to people all day wouldn't have really an issue with it, but I do. Just off the bat, I'd like to say, I'll introduce myself. I'm Clay Beck, and I've worked for the division for several years now. I grew up, I went to Fulham for 5 and 6. I had children that went to Fulham. I've got nieces and nephews that have gone through Fulham, and I know a lot about the community and the situation. First off, I'd just like to remind the board that if this board makes a decision based solely on finances without accounting for the documented harms to children's well-being, academic success, mental health, and equity, then they are no longer making educational decisions. They are making accounting decisions at the expense of the children. The research is clear. The cost savings of closures are uncertain at best, but the cost to the students are guaranteed. So I'm just going to read through the questions. I know you guys don't have to answer them, so I'm not expecting you to answer them, but I think they're questions that you should answer to yourself. First, can you confirm that under the Alberta Education Act, only the board members have the legal authority to close a school? The answer is yes, by the way. Therefore, only board members carry the burden of proving closure is necessary. This is also correct. It's your decision, and you carry the burden of proving it. We do not have to prove that it needs to be stayed open. You guys have to prove that it should be closed. Can you confirm the exact date that the board passed the motion to consider closure as the act requires? Was every required notice delivered to all the parents, guardians, and community members without exception? I think the answer to that one was no. Do you have written confirmation from legal counsel that every procedural requirement in the Alberta Education Act has been met? If so, I would appreciate a copy of that. Going on to the consultation with the public. Did the board enter the consultation period with an open mind, or had closure already been considered the preferred option? How many total consultation hours were dedicated to listening to the community? Can you show specifically where public feedback altered any of the final reports? And at that point, I just want to ask too is, do we get to hear the other letters that people's submissions for today that were put in that we're unable to attend? Because I think it's important to hear not only the people that were here, but the people that spent their time to forward their concerns to be heard by the board as a whole. Is there any possibility of that? Are they going to read them? That's a no. Okay. Impact on the students. I'm really, I guess, personally frustrated that basically all the topic about closing the school is finances, finances, finances. Our kids have been downgraded to just a dollar sign? Have you published or have any published evidence that longer bus rides will not harm our students' outcomes? Did the board commission any independent educational impact assessments? Can you provide data showing that moving students to a larger school will improve their learning, attendance, or well-being? Referring back to one of your statements of we are here to ensure that every decision we make, whether it involves the local policies, provincial advocacy, or responsible stewardship of the budget, is rooted in the best interests of our students. How many total consultation hours have you taken dedicated to the listening to the community? Can you show specifics where feedback altered any part of your final decision? Where is the published evidence that longer bus rides will not harm student outcomes? Have you done an independent educational impact assessment for our students? Can you provide data showing that the students, data at the larger schools will improve their learning outcomes, their attendance, or their well-being? Can the board provide a line-by-line item breakdown showing the exact savings costs created? Do these savings include long-term transportation costs, fuel, insurance, driver shortages, inflations, bus cycling, replacement cycles? Have the boards calculated the cost to the taxpayers if enrollment rebounds and the need to open the school comes about? And have they looked into the space? What if the space becomes limited at their schools? How is that going to affect them moving into town? Can you list every alternative to the closure the board formally evaluated? This question was asked earlier. Yeah, I'm being timed out here. So I'd like to know what you've done, because the only thing I know that has positively impacted the school that's been done in the last 10 years was hiring rows. And we started to see improvements already. Prior to that, the school division has not done anything. I have other questions, but because I'm in my last minute, I just want to make my final comment. I'll leave you with this one final question. When you look in the mirror, when I look in the mirror, I can see the teachings of my late mother and father and what my late elder blue stone yellow face seen in me when she motioned. You lead with your, not with your. Very moving for me. When you make the decision on Fulham Community School, and the most importantly, the greatest asset and responsibility of our children, what will you see in the morning? I know I can look, and no matter what the results are, know I've done what's best. Like in my saying, kids read, as long as you try, you cannot fail. And I'm not sure if the board has tried to help make sure the school succeeds. Ask yourself that, because everything else, the viability studies, transportation, I've sent you all a assessment of that where you guys said there was an idea and it's not worth it, it's too costly. Well, that's not what a real assessment would suggest.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. Are there any questions or comments? Trustees, Trustee Bird?
Thanks, Clay. The board hasn't made any decision at all to whether we want to hear everything. But it's been presented to us, but none of us have made any decision at all. So thank you for that. That's a good question, right?
It is,
Because it kind
yeah,
of,
but it is really difficult when, you know, whenever you guys decide to have this meeting and put out the information, it's sort of the first time I think this whole system started. And shortly after that, we have the recommendation of the superintendent that the school is closed. So I know you may feel that you haven't made the decision, but many of the actions speak louder than words. So look at all the actions of the board, and not just this board, but your previous board. Even though you guys did not make that decision, I think you guys are going to make it great. I hope you guys are going to follow through because I believe in you.
Clay, but I'm not the board chair, so I just want to pass this to Melody because she's been sending us inspirational emails. And so Melody, could you respond to that as well, please?
Well, as Trustee Bird said, no decision has been made. We are collecting evidence and information. Today, we were, had administration give their presentation, and then we've allowed the community to also present. We've got, I don't know how many letters I have responded to personally. And I mean, we're listening, and that's what we're doing right now. That is the phase that we're in. We are listening and we're taking everything into consideration.
Hope so.
Thank you again for your presentation. Welcome, Ms. Camps.
I'd just like to start off by thanking everybody for being here today and listening to all of our stories. My name is Tessa Camps. I am a proud Fulham alumni from, like, I don't know, 2 decades ago or longer, it feels like. I am a member of our community. I'm an elementary teacher, and most importantly to me, I am a mother. So I have sat in this room and asked for people, or heard people ask all day to be transparent. So that's what I want to start off with, is transparency, because as of right now, I am part of the statistic that took my child to another community for school this year. There are 3 reasons why I did that, and I am going to share them because I do believe they are all important. The first reason that my family chose this is because my daughter, it's just convenience. It's easier to take her to work with me, right? My husband works in Edson, I work in Whitecourt. It's just convenience-wise, it was much easier. The second one, which shocked me the most, was as an educator for more than a decade, I had absolutely no idea what it was like to sit on the side of education as a parent. And that brought a lot of raw feelings I didn't even know or could comprehend at the time. But bringing her to work with me every day, it brought me a sense of security, and I was hoping it was going to bring her a sense of security. But to be honest with you, we've been 5 months into this, and every single day she cries going through the hallways of the school, because my school has 300 kids and it's terrifying for a 5-year-old to walk through those hallways. And when I watch out the window at school, lots of the time she sits on a picnic table by herself, because it's really hard to find friends in a mix of 300 kids in a kindergarten class of 27 kids with 5 educational assistants. I was hoping that it would bring comfort to both of us, but it really didn't. It was quite a selfish decision of my own, to be honest with you guys. And as soon as I seen what was going on with new administration, regretted my decision almost instantly. And the third reason, which holds the most value to why I made this decision, is because for the past decade or more, the administration at Fulham School did not align with my core values. And to speak
like frankly, with a lot of the values of some of our members and our community as well, which I think is important to note when we look at some of our enrollment trends in the last decade. Now, it doesn't get us anywhere to talk about that right now because what has happened in Fulham is absolutely astonishing. So what I have seen, it matters, and what the whole community has seen matters. She went to Fulham for the open house on Wednesday and asked the next morning if she could go to that school. She's like, I'm done now. Let's just go there. I said, well, you don't get to come with mom to school then. And she goes, that's okay. We're going to plant seeds and I'll be fine. I've made new friends. And that's my brave child that ran out of my house at 7 p.m. the other night, and I couldn't find her because she was going to collect chicken eggs in the dark. That's my brave child, not the one that walks scared through the hallways of her school every day. So like everyone in this room, Fulham means a lot. And I thought about how I'd make this presentation, and I wanted to bring a different light and a different lens to it. So I made this little presentation, and it's a little bit silly, but I wanted to take Fulham School and turn it into a student. So I made Student F. So Student F lives in a rural community. They thrive on hands-on learning, outdoor connections, and real-world applications. They require strong relationships and individualized supports. They are small in number, but they're deeply rooted in community. And Student F is our Fulham School. So there was an identification for need in our community. We know that Fulham School has been struggling for a while, and Student F wasn't failing. They just needed a little bit of extra help. They needed some support. They didn't require removal. They required intervention. So I created an ISP for Fulham School for the 2025-2026 year. And for those in the room that don't know what an ISP is, it's an instructional support plan for some of our kiddos that need a little bit of extra help. So I looked at the school and what they've been doing, and really their 4 main goals they've been working on is stabilizing enrollment. They went back to their roots. They strengthened rural programming. They looked at what their community wanted. They've been rebuilding family confidence in so many ways. And then again, really just trying to create that long-term stability. How do we not sit in this boardroom year after year and have these same conversations? So we made 3 goals. The first was the most important because it's the one that's mentioned the most, and it's enrollment stabilization. So they rebranded. They're raising them rural. They've got all the things that agricultural education wants, and they're trying to strengthen the community in every single way. They have been highlighting their agricultural and outdoor programming, and the most important, I will note, is the assembly of a qualified intervention team, which has been the new administration under Ms. Rumble. And this previous staff that was there, because that staff needed to be given the time to shine. They needed to be given the opportunity and the platform to do what they're really good at. And we've seen progress. By January 2026, the community advocacy was there. People were talking about it. I know I wrote in my letters to all of you, you couldn't go to the Piers gas station without somebody talking about Fulham School. The parental engagement was stronger than ever. You've got your family fun nights. You've got everything going on that they could possibly try. They're trying. There's positive word of mouth, and the families trust the building, and that's important. Trust is one of the most important things in education when we're talking about that relationship between families and the education. So growth takes time, but the growth was happening already. The goal number 2 was to strengthen programming, to look at what they were doing, how they could change it, how they could rebrand it. So they expanded their outdoor learning. They utilized their school garden programming. They embedded agricultural and natural resources. And then what Mrs. Rumble does best is develop physical education programming. Not best, she does everything best, but that's her passion, among others, is, and I frankly don't even know Rose that well other than this. I knew her through 4-H, but through what I've learned through this whole thing is just, she's the most inspirational person I've ever met, actually. But through all of this, we've seen regular outdoor experiential learning, place-based education. Students are developing the athletic foundations they need to continue on, and engagement levels are increasing. Student F, Fulham is responding to intervention. This came in full, and by January, you had new student enrollment already. And then finally, belonging and stability. They have to maintain a consistent leadership, strengthen family relationships, celebrate success publicly, which their Facebook page is outstanding, and create a culture of pride. People need to be proud of Fulham, and that's there. Parents are happy, students are happy, they're getting strong turnout at events, improve morale among everybody. For the first time in years, Student F is really feeling secure. Now, what do we know about education and evidence-based framing? We know that turnaround efforts require 3 to 5 years of
measurable systematic change. 5 months is not enough time. Rural school viability cannot be measured by urban enrollment benchmarks because we're simply not the same thing. And proudly not the same thing. Small schools often demonstrate stronger relationship-based outcomes. You have positive mental health. You have, the list goes on, and everybody here has talked about it today. Stability is also a predictor of improvement. So if this were an individual's child in your classroom, we wouldn't be stopping our supports mid-plan. We would instead be looking at the whole picture. And the human cost is the one that wasn't present in all the numbers that we talk about. But closure of the school means so much more than numbers on a spreadsheet. It means 4-hour days for children on a bus. It means transportation stress, safety, and the loss of your small rural community anchor. This morning, my daughter said to me, "Mom, I thought you took the day off work. Where are you going?" And I said, "I've got to go to a meeting." And she said, "But why? You took the day off work." And I said, "I know, but it's really important." And she said, "What are you doing?" And I said, I'm going to go have a conversation about the school year that you want to go to next year." And she said, "Yeah, it's awesome. Can I come?" I said, "Sweetheart, this isn't a place for you right now." And she said, "Well, tell them it's the best place I've ever been." And I said, "I will, because I was there and it's the best place." But it's only just making its comeback, and it deserves more time. So as teachers for a child on an ISP or not, we wouldn't be increasing stressors for her children. We would be reducing them, and none of this reduces the stress on the children. So before closure, I do ask that we think about a couple things. One, has that ISP timeline been honored? So really, have we just allowed the school the time to make its comeback? It's just started. 5 months in, frankly, one of the hardest years of education that we've seen in a long time it's not enough time. That goes with our enrollment stabilization. The timelines that have been given have been very rigid. The meetings that take place, including this meeting today at 9 a.m. on a Friday, that's meant to support a community that's in the middle of calving season, that's in the middle of some of our busiest times. I had to take my last personal day off as a teacher to come here today. Was not thought of when we talk about, are we really supporting our community? And I believe they are fully leveraging their rural differentiation. They are trying. The staff at Fulham School, the community is trying. I want to know what Grand Yellowhead is doing to try and support that as well. And are we evaluating growth trends for what they are and not just looking at static numbers? So this data story, oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't even looking over there. Yeah, it's not complete, just like our students. Student F deserves more time to see the benefits. And I do have a conclusion, but I guess I won't read it. I'll just email it. Thank you. So trustees, you were elected to make these very difficult decisions, and I respect that. But today I am asking you to look at Fulham not as a budget line, not as a number, but as a learner in your care, because ultimately this will alter the trajectory of every Fulham student school experience. If student F were sitting in one of our classrooms today, newly supported, newly hopeful, beginning to grow, would we be saying to them, "You're not progressing quickly enough, we're done with you"? Or would we say, "We see the growth, we believe in you, you can do this, we are going to stay the course and support you"? Fulham School is finally experiencing stability. The parents are engaged, the students are proud, programming is aligned with rural identity and offers incredible opportunities. The leadership is strong. Intervention is working. Closure right now would not be a reflection of failure. It would be a decision to stop mid-progress. Your vote today holds, or this year, holds more power than simply affecting policy. Your vote will determine stability, safety, and development of children. Your vote will determine the strength and future of our rural community. Your vote determines whether or not interventions is valued enough within your division to dedicate the time and support to make a difference and produce meaningful results. Student F is small, but small does not mean insignificant. Sometimes the most vulnerable learners require the most courage from the adults in the room. And I am asking you with respect and hope, please allow student F the time to succeed that they need. I also have an ISP for all of you if you would like a copy.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Camps. Is there any questions or comments that anybody would like to make? Trustee Bird?
Sorry again. Your metaphor, that your analogy with rebranding just was wonderful because rebranding keeps schools relevant. And I disagree with the idea of the money because in the end result makes your school competitive for students to evolve, to have goals that fit into our ever-changing market economy. So I really appreciated that presentation. I think we all did. So thank you very much, Tessa Camps.
Thank you. I get very nervous before these things, even though again, I'm a teacher and do this for a living. So yesterday, my poor grade 4 class had to listen to this presentation a few times. They provided very valuable feedback, actually. I was shocked. But at the end of it, they're like, where is this school? And we looked it up on the map and they're like, that's not far. My parents got to take me there. And I was like, yeah, you should, yeah. So yeah, thank you.
I want to thank you for your presentation. This is a very, serious, very heartfelt issue, and you made it one that we can all relate to. And I thank you for that. Welcome, Miss Hussey. If I'm saying it wrong, please. Okay. I'm like, I just want to make sure. So if you do have a presentation that is typed out, if you could share that with us after, we would appreciate that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Michelle Hussey, and I am the parent. Oh, I didn't think I was gonna cry. Of 3 children who attend homeschool.
Please have a drink of water too.
Fulham School is more than just an elementary school. It's the heart of our community. My children are 4th generation in our family to attend this school. I was born and raised in Shining Bank, and many of my family members have attended Fulham School. My roots run deep here. This school is a part of our history, our identity, and our future. I am deeply frustrated with the way the situation has been handled. The timeline presented regarding the viability of Fulham School raises serious concerns. There was no communication to teachers, parent council members, or the bordered community that the school has been under abuse since February 2024. So the timeline that we were shared at our parent council meeting in February was not the same timeline that was shared in superintendent's presentation today. An engagement meeting was held 80 kilometers away at a Wildwood school with minimal notice on a weeknight. Many families were initially told that the meeting was about busing boundaries within GYPSD, not about school closure decisions. That is not transparency, and that is not a meaningful engagement. We were encouraged to make Fulham School more appealing. To increase enrollment and community involvement, we were given suggestions such as hosting open houses, barbecues, vendor markets, community events, and even rebranding with a new logo. We did everything that was asked of us. We invested our time, our energy, and $1,200 of our own money into a new logo. That logo was meant to represent Fulham School, yet the final decision was made without proper community input. Many of us feel that this does not reflect who we are. Now, it feels as though the very efforts we're encouraged to undertake are being used against us in determining the viability of our school. At a parent council meeting, we are told that closing a school is a lengthy and complex process, that these things do not just happen overnight. Yet here we are with less than 6 weeks notice that Fulham has been under review for over a year. We are also told directly by our former trustee during a parent council meeting in our own school library that the board was not looking at closing Fulham School. That statement now feels only misleading but deeply disrespectful to the families who trusted that answer. Enrollment has been declining for over a decade. Has the board seriously examined why? Multiple families sent emails outlining their concerns and received no response. Those voices were ignored. If enrollment was a concern, why were the underlying issues not addressed years ago? We have done everything that was recommended to us. We showed up, we organized events, we fundraised, we promoted our school, and we invested in it. But what has the board done to support Fulham in return? If the viability of the school has truly been under review since February of 2024, why was Principal Rose Rumble encouraged to leave her career in Whitecourt to take what now appears to be a temporary position? That is not fair to her, it is not fair to her family, and is certainly not fair to our students. We keep hearing from our board and superintendent that these decisions are being made in the best interest of students. But when transparency has been lacking, when communication has been inconsistent, and when community concerns have gone unanswered, it becomes very difficult to accept that this process reflects what is truly best for our children. When trust is broken, words are not enough. This feels like a financial decision, not a student-centered one. Fulham School is not just a building, it is the center of our community. It represents generations of families, and it provides stability, connection, and belonging. We deserve honesty, we deserve transparency, and we deserve a fair and respectful process. When you make this decision, please understand that you are not just reviewing numbers on a page, you are deciding what kind of message you send to families like mine. Families who have given generations to the school, who believed in it, who trusted in this process. You are deciding whether rural communities still matter. Long after tonight and long after the paperwork is filed and the meeting is adjourned, our children will be the ones carrying the weight of this choice. I hope when you make your decision, you picture the faces of the children who walk through those doors every morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Please don't leave yet. Is there any questions or comments? Oh, Trustee Bowman.
Michelle, thank you. It's good to have, sorry, it's really good to have all the parents' input on how you see the community, how you've seen the engagement. We do appreciate all of that feedback. And like others have said, we are new board, so it is important for us to have that historical background as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Rumble.
Hi, so I guess to get started, I don't have a speech. I threw it away. I've wrote 12 speeches in the last 12 days. None of them can say what this means. There's 110 years of history. And how do you put that into a 10-minute speech? You don't. It's a joke, right? So the whole thing, I wasn't here to listen to Mr. Scobie this morning, but I did read his presentation last night. Sorry, I'm pretty upset right now. I read it last night. It's all about what if. What if we don't make the student numbers to get the funding, right? What if we do? What then? Why are we deciding to put the decision on the table before we actually have the numbers coming in this year? Doesn't make sense to me, right? What if we had a school division that worked as hard for Fulham School as it does for Mary Bergeron? You guys will advertise like all get out for Mary Bergeron and tell everybody what a wonderful place that is. Fulham gets words like only written about their population on your guys' website. You're not advertising for us. You're not doing what you need to do to give Fulham the fair shake, same treatment that you're giving the other schools. And you haven't for years. And when things started to go south 10 years ago, or 20 years ago, or whatever it was, nobody took the time to really put the effort forward from the division. It's always put on the parents. These are the things the parents can do. These are the things that the teachers should be doing, or whatever. What is the school board and the school division and the people in this division office doing? And when I asked that at the meeting at the Fulham School, I got, well, we're here, aren't we? We're here to support you. But nobody was actually there to support us. They were there to tell us why it's going to close. We actually need support. We need what if. What if you guys communicated better with all the homeschool families to stop the mistrust that's been going on in the community for years? Right? This is a big problem in all of Alberta. Alberta has 1/3 of the homeschool population in the entire country. That's not just a Grand Yellowhead problem. That's an Alberta-wide problem. If nobody wants to trust school boards, what's the best way to get trust? Communicate. Our communication has been terrible here. Communication has been a big topic for me in the last couple of years here, between my work as on 4-H boards and egg boards and stuff like that. Every time there's a problem in these boards, it's 100% because people will not communicate. And I think that's going on here big time. When we send in emails, the responses have been lacking coming back. It's all the way around. And I'm trying not to be angry, and I'm trying not to be trying not to fight with you guys. I want to work with you guys, but it's a two-way street, and it's for Fulham School, it's very lacking. It goes one direction. Everything heads towards Edson. There is no direction back. And when there's been some suggestions about, inviting homeschool into for outreach into Fulham, it's like, well, we could, but that would be hard work. And why don't you guys want to put some hard work into Fulham School? Like, everybody else is working hard here. All the parents on the parent council work hard. The teachers and the staff are working hard. I think that if I think Fulham is 100% viable, but hard work needs to come out of this office too. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Rumble. Does anyone have any questions or comments? I do. I want to thank you. We have heard, we were just at the Alberta Rural Education Symposium, and over we heard about trust and relationships. Trust and relationships, and the two go hand in hand. And I thank you for your comments.
And I want to reiterate that that's, like I said, I'm on 4-H boards from the province down. I am a board member for the Yellowhead Egg Society here. I'm a member of countless conservation organizations. The biggest problem in all of those organizations is when people do not communicate. And that is exactly what I've seen out of this.
Thank you. Welcome, Miss Bird. 4-H, I heard you, time faults.
There you go.
You can tell
Yep,
it's a
she's gonna
4-H
give time
community.
Hi, so you're going to hear a few of the same things, maybe a little bit different. My name's Danelle Bird. I'm one of the grandparents actually of the area, but my 3 kids did go to school at Fulham, and you listened to my daughter a little bit earlier, Jordan. So I just wanted to say a few things as well. We've all really stressed how important the community schools are. The loss of a school is pretty devastating. So when my kids were young, Piers and Fulham both came on the chopping block. So it ended up being decided that Piers would go, Fulham would stay, and we were guaranteed at that time they would never remove Piers. And our first thing was, what's going to happen now? You're going to take away Piers, and then what? How long before Fulham goes? Well, it has been 25 years. And they promised us, though, it would never come down to it because the viability of busing, especially small children from that far away into Edson or even Whitecourt, was just not going to ever be considered. And here we are. I'm hearing from all of these families the same thing. They weren't given much notice. There hasn't been time to turn this around. I'm not that involved in the school anymore because I have 3 grandchildren that will attend this school. One is there now in grade 1. But because he's only been there for kindergarten and now grade 1, I wasn't really that aware of what's been going on with this school, but I have heard that they have lost population due to previous leadership. We see that we've got some really good, excellent leadership that's come in. How any organization would be expected to turn its bottom line around in 3 to 6 months is not even possible. Elon Musk would have a hard time doing it. You've got a woman here who's done more in 6 months than I think almost any organization could have done in 2 years. You've got to give them more time. You've got a really strong community out there. And if you can give them some more time, I think you will see it turn around. You've got a lot of women here with young babies. You've got women that are due to have young babies. You know, we're not machines. This takes time too. I really believe that you, with the right advertising, with the right information out there, you might generate some people from town that are thinking that they'd rather see their kids in some of these smaller schools. I've got a daughter who's an hour outside of Calgary in the town of Arrowwood, and they are seeing that now. They've got Calgary families bringing their kids out to be schooled at Arrowwood because they don't want to deal with what's going on in their larger schools. And those schools have enough kids. They're okay to have some of those kids leave, spread that love around a little bit. So I think that also the look at using it as an agri school is also a great idea. You've got an amazing building out there. And we were part of it when they put on those portables. There's been a lot of money spent in getting that school set up the way it is, the new library. To talk about removing those portables is a huge cost. Why not use that building, utilize it, really try and get that going to where you can keep the school system that's there, bring in something else to help keep it viable. Partly this ag idea is great. The government has ag money that's separate from your money, and it's a lot. And it probably won't get smaller. That's a way of accessing things. And you've got a person that's super involved in ag in Rose Rumble that can access that. And she's got community to ask for help with that are also involved in ag. I was a 4-H leader for 20 years, and I hear what Ori's saying. You have to communicate. You have to find different solutions for these things. Busing is another thing. We always had a feeder bus, and we fought hard for a feeder bus years ago. And we did get a small bus that fed to the larger bus. It dropped down those times a lot for those kids that were having to ride somewhere. So that's an alternative for you to don't use only the small buses. I know they cost money, still like a large bus, but it certainly does help to bring from the further out people into the closer areas. So yeah, with COVID and with the change, you know, you don't want to talk about what was going on in Fulham before, but with the lack of leadership there before, you lost numbers. You lost a lot of numbers. You've got a whole different motivated team there now. You need to give this a chance. You talked about, Superintendent, you talked about how when you have enough kids, you have enough money to have more programs. My kids were in Fulham when it had the most kids. We didn't have more programs. The only reason we got more programs was because of the teachers that were willing to do them. And you've got that there right now. It wasn't from the school boards or the provincial money. It was because we had a teacher who could do drama. It was because we had teachers who would do a little extra music class or something. And you've got that there. You got that right now there. So additional kids that might bring additional funding isn't not going to change that. They've got programs there right now that I don't think a lot of the other elementary schools have. And that's with a lack of students and a lack of funding. There's always been shared resources between the schools. That's nothing new. I'm not going to feel guilty for Fulham because it's had to pull some money out of schools that have lots of kids and can afford to share their resources. I'm an Albertan. I understand sharing resources. So I think that that's a moot point. You're under one great big umbrella that's designed to share its resources. And to close a rural school because you're thinking, well, it's costing us money and it's costing us on the other end, that's not the right way to think. You need to think this school actually is showing us what's possible, what's actually possible out there. Let's try and help them going, share them, and see if we can get some of these. There are families out there that might want to be involved in this. Let's see if we can't make this work with all these ideas they've come up with in 5 months. Come on. So anyway, you can re-implement some busing fees. We had busing fees when our kids were in there. It didn't kill anybody. And this halftime funding for Ks that are in there full time is ridiculous. Like, they need to be fully funded. They're in there full time. They're using a full-time teacher. They need to be full-time funded. Fulham School is really important for the community. We all know that. It provides a place to gather for things like Christmas concerts, spring events, student enrichment days. Without a rural school, this community becomes disconnected. Families, grandparents, parents, we all need the connection of a school. People who don't even have kids, they need a connection of that school to come to. It makes for a healthy community and a healthy environment. There's so many rural schools that have gone. You know, we watched Pierce go, we're watching Wildwood go. We've got to keep some of them together. We can't let them all go. Please, please fight for Fulham. You talked about removing the porables. Oh my God, I just think of the cost and the trauma it was to bring those in and how well they are situated there now. It just seems like an insane thing to pull them out now and not utilize that. You're sitting in a prime agricultural zone. Use it. Use it to enrich the lives of those kids and kids from Edson or kids from Whitecourt and the community in general. Don't let that building go to nothing. We've talked about being in a transition phase. We really are in a transition phase there. You've got to give it a chance. 5 months to transition is ridiculous. You've got to have a principal who's being guaranteed a permanent role there so she can give 100%. Not, well, you might be here in 3 months, you might not be, yet she's still giving 100%. That again, it's phenomenal. We've heard from Tessa how she tried to take her kid to a different school district thinking it would be the right thing. She is coming back. I think that's a drop in the bucket. They're going to come back. Kids that are out homeschooling because they were really unhappy with what was going on there, they're going to see how great it is. They're going to come back. We have to give them a chance to come back. Doing this partway through the school year, nobody can make that big change yet. They're going to make it. You have to be patient and you have to give them a chance. It will go in the hole. You'll be in the red for maybe a year or two. Cover it. Figure out a way to cover it. It's a good investment in the long run. That's it. Thank you. And thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Bird. Is there any comments or questions? Trustee Bird.
Bird to bird. D bird too. I just thank you, Donnell, for inviting us to change the way we think about investing in strategic growth.
You're welcome.
I just really thank you for that.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Bengma.
Hello there. I am a father of 3 that currently go to Edson. I do live in the Fulham region currently. The reason why my kids go to Edson is I work full time here, and I feel that with there being no supervision available at home, I don't feel comfortable having my kids dropped off with no one there, especially with the extreme cold weather that we get here. And if they were not able to get in the house for whatever reason, and you'd want to look at the worst case scenario. And if plus we've had it where it gets down to -30, and if they weren't able to get in the house, what were to happen at that point is what I look at. And my wife also works full time. She's a bus driver currently, but she has the job in the meantime in the middle as well. And so the kids ride with her, and so the kids are home when they get off the bus with her. And I just look at the whole supervision thing of, well, if they go to Edson, they get off the bus later, and then there'd be a better chance that someone would be home at that point in time, and we'd be able to make things work. And plus the extracurricular activities that are available to my kids in Edson is another big step in the right direction that I look at, with not a lot being available at Fulham currently. And let's see here. Plus, it is a split parent household, and the stepmom does, or the main mother does live in Edson. So with the kids going to Fulham, it would not allow her a valid opportunity to see the kids, is another problem that I have with my current parental situation. Or so. Are there any questions for me?
Does anyone have any questions or comments? Trustee Robinson?
I guess I'm just trying to understand, sir. You're not arguing in for or against the decision on Fulham. You're just expressing why you've made the decisions you've made.
Yes.
I think you are on, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yes, that's correct. I'm just explaining this as to why my kids go to Edson and not to Fulham. Is that those are the reasons.
I guess I'm just being a devil's advocate. I guess I'll ask you this question. Are you satisfied with the educational opportunities and the instruction your children are receiving in Edson?
Yes, I am. I feel that when my oldest did go to Fulham for 2 years, no, 3 years, and he fell behind due to the dual classes, I feel, and now he still struggles to this day with English. So it's now a catch-up period to get him caught up to where he should be.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Bengma. Welcome, Miss Monroe.
Hi, yeah, thanks for having me. I know I'm the last one, so I'm sure. Thank you for listening to everybody. It's been a lot and it's emotional. And I really appreciate you guys giving us the opportunity to speak to everybody today. My name is Jordan Monroe, and I live like directly next to Fulham School. You have to take the access road to go to my house and to the school. When I moved here, Fulham School wasn't just a nearby building. It was a promise to rural families that you could raise your children where you still have access to great education close to home. My kid can walk to school, which I don't know how you could do that. I think the last people that could walk to school, like to Fulham, actually one of them became a lawyer. So, I mean, that's a pretty good bar. Over the next month, as you review enrollment numbers and hear feedback from the community, you'll be making an important decision about the future of the school and the family that serves it. For many of us, Fulham represents the ability to live rurally while still giving our children the opportunity to attend a strong local school. One thing that often gets overlooked in conversations is the amount of time that rural children spend simply getting to school. When rural schools close, that time doesn't disappear. It simply gets transferred onto the shoulders of the youngest members of the community. Those are hours of childhood that are lost. That is time that children should be spending with their families, playing outside, helping with chores, doing homework, or participating in many great after-school programs that you can see Fulham also now is offering such amazing programs. If students are transported to Edson, participating in extracurricular activities becomes extremely difficult. Many activities happen after school hours, which would mean students missing their bus home. For families living in rural areas, that creates a real challenge. Parents would have to drive into town often over an hour round trip to pick up their children. Many families here work full days on farm or run businesses. Dropping everything to rearrange transportation simply isn't realistic for many people. And it is often, especially with the weather in our area, that kids will go to school and then not have transportation way home. So then that leaves kids stranded. And then when children arrive home much later in the evening because of transportation, it affects the entire rhythm of the family. Dinner happens later, evening chores happen later. Parents may need to arrange childcare for younger siblings while they travel to pick up an older child. On paper, it may look like a small logistical change, but in reality, it affects every part of daily life for rural families. A nearby school like Fulham allows children to participate fully in school life, extracurricular activities, and family life in a way that works for rural communities. Another important piece of this conversation is how much a local school influences whether families choose to live in that area at all. Several of my friends and neighbors of mine have moved there specifically because there is a school nearby where they could send their children. My family is one of them. I have an almost 2-year-old, and knowing that the school is right there in the community was a big part of why this place felt like somewhere we could build a life and raise a family. Right now, there are many young families in this area who are just beginning that stage of life. Families with toddlers and young children who are putting down roots here. If Fulham closes, many of those families will be forced to make the difficult decisions. Some may choose to relocate, leave our community, and go to a place where their children can attend school closer to home. Others may feel like they have no choice but to homeschool because of a long daily bus ride simply cannot be an option that they are willing to accept for their children. Closing the school risks sending a message that to the children in this community that they are being overlooked. But these children matter. They're future of our rural communities. They will grow up to be the farmers, teachers, tradespeople, business owners, and community leaders, just like many generations who have attended Fulham before them. Fulham Community School first opened its doors in 1916, which means it's now been a part of this community for over 100 years. For over a century, this school has been a hub for the people who live here. It has watched the community grow and change and it has seen the road in front of it go from dirt to pavement and has welcomed many generations of families through its doors. Schools like Fulham are not just institutions, they are landmarks of community life. They hold memories, relationships, and shared experiences that connect one generation to the next. Events, dances, and gatherings at the school and the hall across the road have brought people together for decades. In fact, my own aunt and uncle have met at one of those dances. And if they didn't meet, I wouldn't be sitting in front of you right now. Because I bought the piece of land from them. Fulham is deeply woven into the fabric of this community. Over the past year, there has been a noticeable resurgence in the energy around the school. Since the arrival of the new principal, Ms. Rumble Rose, community involvement has increased dramatically. Families are reconnecting with the school, and there is a renewed sense of pride around Fulham. Programs like gardening, raising trout to release in the spring are wonderful examples of how education can connect students to the land and the community around them. Experiences like that make learning come alive for children. Another thing I hope the board will consider that over the coming month is how enrollment projections are interpreted. Numbers on paper often reflect what has happened in the past, but they don't always capture what is beginning to happen right now. in a community. Over the past year, Fulham has been experiencing renewed energy. Families are paying attention to the school again, and word spreads within communities. It takes time for that renewed interest to show up in enrollment numbers. Schools that are rebuilding community support need time for that support to translate into enrollment. Closing the school just as this momentum is beginning to build risks, making the decision based on the past rather than the future. My family is really invested in this area. We also just recently bought the rest of our quarter section, really getting our roots in. And I am looking at establishing a ceramic artist residency there. And my idea of that is building a place in a rural community that people can come together. It's such a rich area. Like Shining Bank is probably one of the coolest places I've ever been. And I've been in a lot of places in this world. The goal, one of the things that was most excited about starting this project that I'm going to start is working with the students at Fulham. I would love to offer artist talks, demonstrations, hands-on creative workshops for the kids. And I'm looking at doing an after-school program with them, doing pottery as well, because that's my full-time job at my house, is I'm a full-time artist. Access to the arts is incredibly important for young people. Creativity helps students build confidence, problem-solving skills, and curiosity about the world. Rural schools like Fulham have the opportunity to become places where education connects them directly with community, land, agricultural, and the arts. Experiences that are incredibly valuable for young people. That kind of opportunity only exists if the school is there. Right now, Fulham is at the moment of renewal. There is new leadership, there is new community involvement, there are new families investing in this area. There are signs of potential, but rebuilding enrollment and strengthening community momentum takes time. In the coming weeks, you won't just be deciding the future of a school building, you'll be deciding what kind of future rural communities like ours are able to have. Fulham Community School has stood here, well, kind of stood there, since 1916. It did burn down once. And I will leave you with this thought. Fulham has stood through wars, economic depressions, fires. My aunt told me this morning on the way here, tornadoes. And generations of families growing up here. It would be heartbreaking if the one thing that finally erased it from our community was a vote at the table in the weeks ahead. Thank you for listening and considering the future of Fulham and the children who call this home.
Ms. Monroe, sorry, just, that's okay.
I've listened to all of them. I know I'm supposed to.
Thank you. Thank you. Creatures of habit.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a question or a comment? Trustee Bowman?
Jordan, thank you very much for, well, just even the history of Fulham. For those of us that don't live in the Fulham area, it is nice to hear about its roots, and you've given us lots to think about. So thank you.
No, thank you for being here and listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yep. Bye. So before we wrap up, I want to say a huge thank you to everyone who stepped up to share your voice today and over the last few days. It isn't always easy to stand in front of a board and share your heart, but your passion for Fulham is loud and clear. We've heard about the many school projects, the history of this school. Thank you, Jordan. And the way this school serves as a gathering place for your families. Please know that these stories matter to us. Data and spreadsheets tell one part of the story, but the human element we heard today tells the other. As we move into the next phase, I want to be very open about what happens next. The board has a lot to think about. We must take everything we hear, the concerns about busing and the student well-being, the love for the small rural school and connections, and the community's history, the generational stories. Weigh it alongside the realities of our enrollment numbers and provincial funding. Our job is to find a path that is fair to the students at Fulham, but is also fair to every student across our entire division. It's a big responsibility, and we're going to have to give it careful thought it deserves. Just a reminder, we won't be making any motions or decisions today. We're moving into a deliberation period where we'll sit down with all the notes from this meeting. Community feedback we receive up until April 13th, and the administration's report from today's meeting. We expect to bring this back for further discussion and a decision about the school at our regular board meeting on Wednesday, April 15th. We are committed to keeping this process transparent, and we will keep our stakeholders informed, and all official updates will be posted to our division website so that you are fully aware of our progress every step of the way. Again, on behalf of the board, thank you for your time and your commitment to our children. I'm not going to say adjourned yet. I have something that resonated with me that Trustee Caputo asked, and I'm going to bring it forward in our March 11th meeting. The question was, if we were to have our board meeting, today's board meeting in your community, would there be more people? The answer was a resounding yes. So I will bring forward, and if administration can, that maybe our board meeting in April should be in Fulham. So that is going to be something that I will bring forward. It resonated with me when Trustee Caputo said that. And regardless of the outcome, I think your community should be involved. That is my feeling. The rest of the board will make that decision at March 11th's meeting. And now we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Trustee Caputo makes the motion to adjourn at 1:46. All in favor? And that is carried.